Hello.
Nani?
Just when I thought I understood exactly what Jack is talking about, and, in the prep of having cactars thrown at me, they decide to hit me with the, uh, move fast, baby. Don't be slow. Step aside. Reload. Time to go. I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me. Don't worry about it. Okay, cool. Don't worry about it. You'll hear it Oh, is this a song?
Hello.
Move fast, baby. Don't be slow. Step aside. Reload. Time to go. I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me. I don't know how the beat is supposed to go, okay? You're hitting me with spoilers, Jack? You're telling me things that haven't even happened yet? Oh my god, Capricious is here? I'm gonna need to get into the streaming VC. Absolutely crying, get in.
Be slow, oh, step aside, reload, time to go. Oh, I can't seem to control all this rage that's inside me.
Okay, cool. I don't know how to do it. All right, so yeah, hi chat. Well, welcome. Happy Monday, Sir Dragon. Thank you for being here first. I greatly appreciate it. Hi Cap. I'm so glad to have you here with me for the Devil May Cry 5 stream.
I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Izzy the Fat Cat joined in. Thank you, Izzy, for telling me that I wasn't actually streaming and that I was in quote-unquote test broadcast mode of all things.
Wild.
Yeah, so I was doing some test broadcasting because I was running the video game on my PC, just making sure it at least runs. And like there would be times where it's like everyone has heard my woes. Everyone has heard that I've done the warranty claim for the 3090 like last year. This year I had the 5950X, go through all kinds of problems, and then it's like, oh, turns out it has a fatal hardware fault, which is why I got the blue screen of death sometimes when I restarted my PC. So then I had to put that into warranty claim as well. Like, everything in this PC is slowly dying, and I've had to replace one part or another in this ship of Theseus while waiting for it.
Damn, Homeboy's computer's got rampancy.
So, yeah,
If you can't tell, I've been playing a lot of Halo.
you've been playing a lot of Halo. Yeah,
I'm on Infinite at this point.
That's awesome, honestly. Like, I have the Master Chief Collection, and it's been a long time since I've played the Halo the series. I don't think I even played Halo 1 in its entirety. I've played, like, bits and pieces. I've most certainly played Halo 2 and Halo 3, Reach, and then I skipped 4, 5 because everyone was talking shit about it, but then I played Infinite.
Oh, they sucked. I played Halo 4 like 2 days ago, like all the way through. Like the only thing good about that game was the sort of relationship between Cortana and Chief deepening.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. So yeah, where was my brain at?
Also, another huge news from Cap specifically.
Huge news.
It's my anniversary tomorrow.
Woo!
Yay! I love my wife.
Lovely. Congratulations. Or as never mind. I thought I had something in my head, but I didn't have anything in my head. That's a shame. Anywhoosies. So yeah, so I have been going through like, you know, all kinds of Happy Wife Day. Hey, yes, Happy Wife Day to Cap. Are you wife? Are you wife?
I am happy. I have wife.
You have wife. Think about wife.
Wife, I'm back. Kill wife.
Wife angry. Kill wife. Think about wife. Wife gone.
Wife come back.
Wife sad. Oh my gosh. Thinking of that,
wife,
like, you know, silly gorilla talk. Before I get back into like my talking about my shit. Cap, you are a Monster Hunter, right?
I am somewhat of a Monster Hunter.
You are somewhat of a Monster Hunter. Joe Cat has been releasing Monster Hunter guides again.
Huge.
So huge. They have released Great Sword, Long Sword, Dual Blades, and most recently, because so many people were, you know, sharing it with me, they have shared Hammer. I'll be real with you. I was at work. I couldn't watch it until I got close to lunch, but between release and me watching it, I had several people sending me a direct message of just the Hammer guide. So yeah, so for those of you who are not aware, yes, I am a Hammer main user in the Monster Hunter, okay? Why use complex sharp weapons when Big Bonk do good? The first guide with the sword and shield released from the Monster Hunter. Here's the thing, is that sword and shield video, I am willing to argue, because it's in the form of Joe crap, that is not the official quote-unquote first of his silly guides. I reckon he will do another sword and shield video in the silly format. So, yeah.
Anyway. Bro, what if we got the multiplayer mod? No, I'm kidding.
But yeah, anyway, so if you aren't aware, here is the silly guide to Hammer. Hammer, my favorite weapon in Monster Hunter so far, after going through Wild and World. I absolutely love it, and I thought it was just going to be a bit in the opener of why many words when short would do good. Get bonk. Oh, get big bonk. Big damage. Slow. I thought that was going to be a bit at the start. No, that is the entire way through.
That's all we need. That's all we need.
It's so good. I highly, like, even with the optimization nonsense issues for mid to low PCs for Monster Hunter Wilds, I still think Monster Hunter Wilds is fun to play. And Monster Hunter World is just as good. It doesn't have a lot of quality of life things that I like from Monster Hunter Wilds, but, you know, if you don't want to shell out like $90 for what people would opinionate as like a poor game, like optimization wise, go into Worlds. It's a game that was released during the PlayStation 4 era. So many PCs in today's age will be able to play Monster Hunter World, and there's all kinds of mods available that can improve the performance or the quality of life. And as always, don't ruin other people's day with your mods. But yeah, yeah, no, back to the previous thing. So jumping 2 trains back, so going back from Monster Hunter, back from Halo, back onto the original train, the PC thing. This ship of Theseus has been with me since like 2011. This thing is like 15 years old, but nothing in here is actually 15 years old. It's bits and pieces have been swapped out and upgraded over the years. So, yeah, at this point, because of all the weird nonsense that has happened between the different games that I've tried playing, that some stutter, some freeze, some are perfectly fine when everyone else is having problems. Like, it's so fucking weird. So I've decided to give up on that, on like, trying to make the perfect, like, optimized build and all that kind of nonsense with the ship of Theseus that I have now. If there are problems with this PC, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be saving up money and just building the PC outright. Like, I'll even make it a fucking stream thing, no doubt, where it's like, hey, here are all these parts. It costs like thousands of dollars or some shit. And then I'll do a stream of me putting together the PC. Probably with a fursuit head or some bullshit, so then that way I don't accidentally expose myself.
If there's a problem, you will solve it. Kick out the bass and the DJ revolves it.
So yeah.
Also, do you like my avatar?
Oh, that's from the promo images of the protagonists, Dante, Nero, and all them, like,
and the mysterious V.
The mysterious V. He like, I'll be real with you. I know nothing about V, but right on the surface of V, he looks like as if Capcom like got back DMC reboot and they're like, all right, let me show you how you do emo. And they were like, here you go. Here's V for the people that wanted emo Dante.
You guys want to hear my V impression?
I haven't even seen V, so I can't even judge it yet. So, but you know what I'll do? I will, give me a second. I just need to, save this. Sorry, I'm just doing things like in the background and what have yous. Goth Twink V. He is a goth twink, he looks like, with like the skinny tattoo sleeves and the cane. Why does he have a cane? He's not old. Why do you have a fucking cane, old man?
It's so he doesn't have to take his Vicodin like House.
Brilliant. All right. Sorry, I'm just doing things in the background and what have you. But yeah, so chat, if you are feeling ever so charitable and what have you, hi there, Code. Welcome to the stream. If you're feeling ever at all charitable with all the nonsense I've had to deal with my Ship of Theseus build, or you just feel like, supporting a zebra directly, I've posted my Ko-fi, and I have right now an existing goal. It says new PC, but I'm going to be frank with you. It's either going to go to a new PC, or I'm going to be using it to try and get to the Texas, like, Fur Fiesta next year, because unnamed Yeen keeps, threatening to steal my leg, and they'll do it at Texas Fur Fiesta, and I need to find a way to counter that. There's all kinds of things.
I need to do more stuff now that I'm in the unnamed Yeen server.
Oh, you're in the unnamed Yeen server now?
Yeah, they finally got to me. They saw my ID and went, that's an adult. Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, so I believe they had to introduce the ID verification recently just because of how, like, slowly they had to start being, like, a much more locked down community. Like, you can still get in and all that. But yeah, they've had to, like, do proper ID checks and such because people keep skirting rules. Also, I just saw your direct messages. Yes, Hammer user. So, highly recommend watching the Joe Cat video. It's so good. You can take the leg. No, Code, you cannot take the leg. I have to do the same thing, but I need more admins soon. Fair. All right. Now then.
Oh, don't forget to stream to me.
Yes.
Without delay.
Yeah. So I just need to do the ding. I'm gonna give it to you in 1080p 30. I'm sorry to say.
That's fine.
And then
if I really was asked, I'd also download Devil May Cry 5 just so I can like play alongside you. But I I'm good.
Yeah, fair. All right. Yep. PC capture. Attention, no save data exists. You must create new save data to save your game. You cannot start the game without save data. Parentheses, yes, start save data. It has an autosave feature. Yeah, that's fine by me. Checking. So yeah, so it doesn't do, like, as in my experimentation so far, like, I've had like a cutscene and like this was on an entirely different thing. Virgil is now available to play as a playable character. Oh my god, you must enjoy the shit. There's so many things now available for purchase. We recommend setting your display to game mode.
You know how like your TV like has like a game mode?
Ah, okay. The screen
like
may look different
shit?
depending on the angle you view it from. We recommend playing directly while oh, hang on, let me shift myself to the right until the image is barely visible. You say barely visible, but I am going to make it proper visible. Until
Oh, that gamma. Yikes.
Yeah, I'll make it like this. Yep, I'll lead to tutorial messages. Communication-related data, such as map matching, will be shared with other people except when playing as Virgil. Hide any
and also,
yep.
Also turn friend priority on. Do it.
Yep.
I want to be in there.
All right. A mode for veterans of the Devil May Cry series, or a mode for new Devil May Cry players.
You're a vet now, no bitching.
No, what do you mean I'm a vet now? I'm not
You're a vet now.
Chat, do I sound like, after all the games you saw me play, am I really a vet?
Don't bitch out. Don't bitch out. Don't.
You're a ver. I love how Jack and Hulk.
You're a virgin.
You're a ver. You were so ready to write Virgil or Virgin right there. You were just like, you're a virgin. Auto assist. Auto lets you perform.
Turn that the fuck off.
All right, so it's already off. You have the right to tell the trans woman to fuck off.
I wish I had my true emote.
Thank you, Izzy, for respecting pronouns in my chat. I greatly appreciate it.
Serdragonks88 paid me to say.
Automat did sweat you, get you for that, but someone got it faster than me.
Sorry.
Automod got her for got Izzy for putting trans woman in there.
Oh my goodness.
Also, I need to check Izzy's pronouns again.
Izzy is she, her. There's a...
Yeah, I just checked.
Yeah. I wish this was, like, native at this point, but, like, I think it's Ajero or something like that, had made, like, a plugin for chat so you can have the pronoun thingamajiggy in there, and StreamerBot has that in there. So you'd think in, like, Twitch, they would create profiles of, like, oh, allowing the addition of pronouns, like, natively there. Granted, that does mean that there will be people that will, you know, decide to be... you know, oh, my pronouns are bull/shit, or, you know, attack/helicopter. And it's like, you're gonna have to deal with 1% of people being assholes like that. But if they're gonna be that much of an asshole on a public profile, you at least have the means of being like, yeah, you're an asshole. Close the door in front of them.
Exactly. Also, there is Jack's boy, Niwa.
Niwa.
Look at him. Look at him. He got shaved.
You got a cool
You got a buzz cut.
Yep. Well, it's not a buzz cut, it's just
hair.
It's just a crew cut.
When this came out, I was still like mask presenting, and I wanted to get my hair cut like him and dyed like him. But now I've got like straight Dante hair in real life.
Nice.
Except, you know, not Wyatt.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I will never dye my hair again because my hair is so fucking nice.
Fair. Fair.
Yo.
Alrighty then. So, press any button. History of DMC. Watch a movie that explains the history of the Devil May Cry series. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think I can remember what happened. Embark with Nero, Dante, and V through the events of Devil May Cry 5. Were they gonna like? Yeah, prologue. There was once a demon who saved the human. They're talking about Sparta.
And it grew both day and night.
So yeah, so I can still see it do it. It did it in that cutscene there. Like, there are moments where it decides to do a freeze, but it's not like... It's not like, you know, the terrible level that it was in the DMC reboot, where it was like, oh, a literal, like, you know, longer than a blink freeze and ruining my gameplay. This one, I feel like, is just more of a visual hiccup at best.
Yeah. Also, I love RE Engine. I love it. I love RE Engine.
May 16th. Well, technically it's September 1st, but okay. Is there supposed to be smoke coming out of his mouth?
Known each other a long time.
It doesn't look like it's dropping on my screen, so it might just need to chill out. Also, yeah, there's Morrison. He used to be white
Wait, what?
in the anime. He was white.
You wouldn't happen... Oh, I haven't seen the anime. I keep telling myself, now that I've gone through like 5 Devil May Cry games, I can probably... Yep, there we go. So there's...
Oh no, the different anime, like the one from early.
Okay, the legit anime.
What am I doing wasting my time here?
Oh, I do see there was skipped frames because of encoding, however, going off right now. Encoding overload, consider turning down video settings or using a faster encoding preset. Yeah, so that's...
It was he who took your right arm and gained a great
There's
deal
V.
of power from it.
I might need to adjust some game settings, because I didn't see this encoding overload
I'm leaving.
when I was doing
I
a test
suggest
and what
you
have
do
you, so
not
I'm going to
fall
need to
behind.
fix that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if pressing the start button is going to skip.
Okay, V. You're an interesting guy, but you're right.
So,
Yeah.
give me a few.
Settle with that son of
Or it could be the case that I'm actually trying to do this. It's probably because I'm trying to do the Discord stream as well is the problem.
I'll just you
Yeah,
can just
sorry. Because I bet you if I stop, then it's gonna stop doing the skipping and all that kind of nonsense. Or it's gonna... Is it gonna keep going? No, it looks like it's still... What in the world? Task manager.
if it's still
Let's see.
if it's still going, you can just like plug it into me again.
68%, so Devil May Cry is taking 50 for the 3D, OBS is taking 50 for the video encoding. It should have... It should stop... Okay, no, it looks like
Oh, were we
it's
right?
moved out. Yeah, frames pick... Yeah, it's fine now. So...
What a shame.
Alright.
It means I won't get to see it live.
So, yeah, so... Yeah. So, yeah, so 1440p, 165 hertz is my thing, borderless, variable frame rate, VSync is on, so...
I'm surprised you don't have it only at 1080.
Well, because I have a 1440p monitor.
I mean
So-
that's fair, but like if you like drop the resolution at 1080, it might like do the graphics good.
Yeah,
Because
but here's the
fixes the
thing, is
render.
that, like, this game is fairly... Like, let me do, like, a really quick, like, grabbing of the stats and what have you. Because, like, most people, when they do the analysis of, like, Devil May Cry... Like, I need to find, FP... Ding. Devil May Cry 5... 3090. Ding. Dong. Because, like, the way, like, a lot of people talk about, like, Devil May Cry 5, like, in newer games is, like, which I think is weird for Capcom stuff, is, like, they're like, oh, it's an amazing, like, optimized game and what have you.
It
So-
wasn't optimized at the start of its life cycle, though. I remember when
No.
it first released, and it was chug-a-lugging.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, why are they... Block. Disable your ad blocker. Where the fuck is my ad blocker? Privacy protection. So I do not remember turning on an ad blocker in this thing. History, settings. Is there an ad blocker? Ad. Block ads. There we go. Manage exceptions. Add a site. PCbuild.com. There we go. PCbuilding.com. Let's see if that works. Dunk cookie for Bookie. Here's your... Oh, there's no cookie here. That's not right. Hang on, I need to toggle the PNG redeems. That's weird. But yeah, thank you, Goldie, for being my biggest fan. I greatly appreciate it. Anyway, let me change this configuration again, if it will let me. So yeah, just to this is why I have advertisement turn off. FPS calculator. So 5950X, that's my thingamadiggy. 3090. Ding. 1440p. Okay, I do need a why is the button not working? There should be a button to why Stream Deck. Give me a minute. Nothing wants to do its job. Ding. Donk. Devil May Cry 5. Proceed to calculations. Minimize that real quick as I fix this PNG redeem thing. Oh, it doesn't have an action. What in the world? Button. So, background. No instances found. Oh my goodness. Have they broken the, They must have. Set reward to PNG. Ding. Test trigger. Zeeb the zebra. Who? Who is this imposter? Just stopping by to say we have the same name? Zeeb the zebra. What? You stole my name. He stole my whole fucking flow.
He jacked your whole flow.
He's jacking my entire fucking flow here. Jack just writing curse upon ye, lol. Oh, yeah, curse upon me for trying to, I updated Steam. Your name is Grant. Yeah, that's true, but I'm, the quintessential zebra is the thing. So, yeah, so I had a, what in the world? Stream Deck. I had, all these, buttons for the Stream Deck, and I've updated Stream Deck to Stream Deck 1.0, so I'm a little confused as to why... Yeah, so it's got a connection to the Stream Deck and everything. So why is the button not working? That's not good. Anyway, reject all. Everyone gets their points refunded across the stream that have not been auto-refunded. But yeah, so let me go back to the so yeah, so if you look at this game, you can quite easily get well over, 60 frames a second. Even on Ultra, it's yeah, easily 140, 44 hertz and all that kind of nonsense. Even 4K, you get up to 60. And I did testing. If I do the thingy-madiggy, the I don't know if chat will see this. And I'm put it in let's say the top left. Let's see. Okay, no, you don't see it. But yeah, if I have the FPS counter and all that kind of nonsense going off and going off in the what's-mahoozy thing. Actually, you'll only be able to see it if I do this. So yeah, you'll see it easily even granted this is the start menu, so it doesn't really do much for you. But yeah, 160 hertz or 165 hertz, and it's just, up there. It can get up to 300 easily. After jumping, press A near a wall to jump again, but by pushing off against the wall. And then there was moments like that. So yeah. It's not perfect, this game. Also, let me just... I don't want to get shown the what's-mahoozy. I don't want to get shown the Twitch overlay, or not the Twitch, Steam overlay telling me, oh, how many frames I'm doing and such. Otherwise, I'm just going to be focused on that too much. Soundtrack is hella peak and makes sense why I got memed lots years ago. When a barrier blocks off... Okay, so I know how that works. There we go.
Good luck.
Red orbs. Awesome. Cool.
Oh, I'm so delayed. Don't forget to max act.
Yeah, the what's-mahoozy.
Remember that from DMC4?
Go. Also, he's missing an arm. Why the fuck is he missing an arm? Isn't that like where his devil arm is supposed to be? Like he had like a gauntlet thing in the opener as well. Like it was a metallic. It was
We'll get that cutscene sooner or later.
Alrighty then. Alrighty then. But yeah, like I have been going through like all kinds of weird issues with my PC. Like, because there are some games where it's like like looking at the specs, it should not be struggling. Questions about the game will be answered by playing the game. Yep, fair enough. Like there are okay, high roller, right bumper, and thingamadiggy on the back. Yep, cool. And then holding the thingamadiggy. Yep, let's do the whole thingamadiggy because that one's easier.
I'm about a third of the way downloaded.
Nice.
I don't think I'll co-stream
Yeah,
though,
like
because I've got moves
stat-wise, I
that
should
you
not
won't
be
even.
having any problems with games that are like older than 5 years. Ooh, green orbs. Recover my.
Wait, Devil May Cry's over 5 years old?
Devil May Cry, the reboot, for instance, is like 10 years old because it came out in 2013. This one, I think, came out in 2008.
I think it was 2020 actually.
2020?
No, you might
No,
have.
this was not a 2020 game. I don't think this came out.
2019. 2019.
Yeah.
We split it right in the middle.
Yeah. But yeah, so this is a 5-year-old game at the very least, and you know, 2019 was, you know, we were just encroaching onto the DLSS nonsense and such, so, you know, people weren't, you know, relying on AI.
I don't know what DLSS means, to be honest.
Deep learning super sample.
Oh,
So it's just
I'm glad I turned that off.
yeah, so it's just like, oh, we're using AI to force your game to, you know, create resolutions greater than, you know, 1080p or 720p. So the idea is you know how in CSI Miami, everyone's like, enhance. Enhance.
Yeah, it's like. Also,
enhance.
if you guys didn't know, Earth Defense Force is like on a huge sale
Is it good?
right now. I've heard only good things about Earth Defense Force.
Well, I'm trying to save money because I've kind of been a bit stupid with my money most recently. Not because of PC part repair, but because of like food and an air blower.
What?
Yeah,
That's not me. That's the DMC crew.
starring the DMC crew. Oh, it's just there on the left. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, like when there's a part where you can see another character, it's usually like someone else's, like, you know how in like racing games you have a ghost?
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure we're friends in this, aren't we?
Yeah, we're friends on Steam. I see you playing it on Steam.
Nice.
Hold on, Dante.
Okay. Also, where's my subtitles?
Yeah, it's Anime Helldivers.
Yeah. Dynamic range, brightness, controls, language, display subtitles on. There we go. But yeah, so everything on paper about this game and any games I play prior to 2020, my PC should be suitable for it. But yeah, to have it do the weird stuttery nonsense even to this day, I'm like, I don't understand. And I've had like teams of IT people troubleshoot this and such, and I feel like the only thing that could answer it is just the ship of Theseus like build it is, and the fact that it's an AMD and drivers are not 100% perfect with AMD, but that's kind of the point. It's a bang for your buck CPU.
Also, Grant, you gotta win this fight.
Sorry, Dante.
Wait, what?
You can't lose it. You gotta win this fight.
On the first go?
Back in this
You do.
Yeah, he's doing the thing. Oh, shit.
Back in this bitch!
Where's the...
Don't lose.
Oh, shit. Ow. Shit.
Don't lose.
Oh, shit.
Don't lose.
I'm sorry. I'm supposed to win this fight?
Yeah, you are.
Bullshit.
It's a skill.
Oh
it's
fuck!
a
No,
skill
no, no,
check.
no, no! Oh god.
It's like Balteus. It's a skill check. They're saying, you think you can play Devil May Cry? How about you fucking kill this boss real quick?
I feel like you're lying.
No, I'm not. I get skill issues.
Ah. Okay, no, I wasn't supposed to win that fight.
You could have though. You could have.
I love how I see Jack just all caps. Yes, you are. Honestly, if Jack was in this VC too with you, you two would be just giving me all kinds of misinformation. Just like, yeah, this is winnable.
It is actually winnable.
Is it?
It is.
All right, I'll replay the prologue like maybe well after winning this game.
That's actually probably what I'm gonna do. While you're playing, I'm probably gonna like run the prologue a couple times.
Yeah. Oh, devil mode. Nice.
You know what that means?
It looks good.
Fish.
Thank you so much for the hyper handle. I greatly appreciate it.
Get her out of here! This is a bad move! I can still fight! Go! You're just dead
Wow,
weight!
the delay's taking a while. There we go.
Come on.
I did good on that.
We must leave here. It's far stronger than we ever could.
Izzy is my only voice of reason. She here, keeping my himbo brain safe.
Dead weight. I didn't come all this way for nothing.
Me and Jack, why even?
Stop hitting yourself and think of ways to get stronger.
I draw more muscle stuff, honestly.
If Dante loses, you're all that can defeat Urizen.
That
fuck
bastard
is
can't be dead
Urizen?
weight.
Is that what you call him? Yes.
He is Urizen.
Urizen, the Demon King. That's the name of the demon that took your arm.
Urizen is the demon. He took your arm and you're forced to.
Alright, is Dante gonna get himself stabbed by his own... No, he can't get stabbed by his own sword because his sword is destroyed.
Yep. He bunts the rebellion.
I distinctly remember, it didn't happen in the reboot as far as I know, but Dante basically got stabbed by his own sword like in every game, didn't he?
He got stabbed with Alistair in 1. I think he got stabbed in 2. He got stabbed by Rebellion in 3, and in 4 he got stabbed with Rebellion again. Ah, yes. Back to gaslighting.
What happened to Dante? Where's Dante?
He's
Or
back
am we?
time, but it doesn't look good.
Everyone here is about to fucking
This
die.
can't be happening.
Oh yeah, no. They are going to die like crazy. Like literally right now.
There's nothing we can do. We must go.
Miro, for whatever reason, makes me think that he is like that dude in his 20s, and he's after being a gifted child in high school, and it's like, nah, mate, welcome to college. It ain't easy.
It kinda is, honestly. I don't even think he wants to be a double hunter. He just wants to run the orphanage with Kyrie.
Storm of Swords, max vitality bonus, Earthbound, armless victory, no running.
You didn't even have running at this point, so that makes sense.
Oh, okay, now we're getting the, what I guess would have been the trailer. That's just a BMW without the logo.
Shame I'm not streaming. That you're not streaming to me, so I can
Oh, you
serenade you
have
all.
like a couple of context missing. 1 month later, 15th of June.
Oh, actually, I need to watch your reaction to this cutscene before I get my alcohol.
Artisan of Arms. Nice.
That's Nico. She's our favorite.
That grave is completely taken over. Let us pray for mercy. This is a trial from the heavens above.
Same crap, different day. So, tell me,
Tell you what.
how does it feel to be rescuing the guy that killed your father?
Wait, what?
Hey, I'm glad we're getting personal. Well, he abandoned my mother and I and left us for dead.
This scene's gonna remind you of something.
Nothing.
Well, he's not exactly going up for Father of the Year award now, is he?
Who's her father?
His research wasn't half bad.
Uh,
In handy. Mildly thankful for that.
I guess it isn't really like told in game. It's Agnes.
It already smells like that.
The stuttering dude from Devil May Cry 4?
That's the one.
Oh.
You know, because she's a weaponsmith and he's like a science dickhead.
Nico?
Yep,
Don't
okay.
lose your tits. I see him.
Oh, it says something there last night.
Me and Jack on that same wavelength.
Yeah. I doubt her cigarette is that toxic, but good play.
Did you just get the Capcom does not promote the use of smoking? Oh no, it's that bit.
It's the she like had her cigarette and she just like. Oh, this is the Slurus. If it wasn't for the like, you know, frame freezing here and there, this is awesome.
Yeah. I'm getting a hella delay, but it's still good.
Of course, she catches the cigarette. Why are there so
These
many
are
cigarettes
Devil May
in her
Cry. Of course
car?
they are.
Tatsuya Moshiko. Wait, what does that ring a bell? Is he in like the original DMC?
It's possible. Tatsuya Yoshikawa. Who's that?
Read this while what? I didn't have time to read her bumper sticker.
He did some stuff for Mega Man X, X3, Mega Man 7, Mega Man X7, Mega Man 8. He did the character design for 4 and 5.
Nice. Okay. Oh, what a gentleman. This game does not promote smoking or the use of cigarettes.
What'd I tell you?
Six,
Oh, yeah,
my
yeah.
god, 099. I'm guessing that's the
We
Devil
got-
May Cry phone number. Oh, and it has the number
We
5
got-
on the end of the thing there as well. That was a pretty cool song as well.
Yeah.
Just-
We gotta make you play New Game Plus, but with the mocap cutscenes.
We're not doing New Game Plus. We're playing this game once, okay?
Boo. Chat, boo this
I
man.
am not one of them people who subscribe to the playing a game more than once, okay?
Oh shit, cheer up, crew cut. You taking notes?
What's happening? What's going on?
Hopefully that popped up in the...
It did. I may have to jack off. I'm getting freaky tonight.
You look like you need a hug, but you're not gonna get one from me. Better get lost.
Hey, who are you? Hey, you're gonna get yourself killed!
Don't crap yourselves. He likes to kill demon things. Let him do his thing.
You hear what I said?
Oh my god. There's something about Nico's accent that I'm like, yep, I'd listen.
Cheer up, crew cut.
Look, man, Southern women, and I live by that.
You taking notes?
My shorty, a Latina who lives in the southern bits of the USA, so I'm fucking living. Cheer up, crew cut. You taking notes?
All right. Time to kick some ass.
Oh yeah. I don't know why. I keep seeing Jack's like message, baby girl, and there's a song out there, and I need to find this song where the way that the guy says baby girl just makes me laugh every time I hear it. Press B to perform your Devil Breaker special attack. Taking damage while executing will destroy your current devil. Hold to release. You have equipped it will be destroyed.
Got some cleaning up to do.
Oh, cool. It's like the what's in the Boozy from Monster Hunter World when I'm running hammer. What the fuck did I just do?
Trigger hard. Hard shot.
Oh, yes! Yeah, so...
You feeling it, Mr. Krabs?
I wish I could be this cool, but I know I'm going to be playing this game, and I'm not going to be able to move Nero like that.
Demons around. That's
Oh, you will. It just takes practice.
to kick demon ass. Hey, Psycho! What's the merchandise?
Hey, stop bitching and take cover.
Nice.
Oh, nice. So you just new ones just pop up. Pull in enemies you've locked onto. Heavy can't be pulled in, so using the second will pull you draw closer to them. You can forcibly sever your devil arm to generate an explosion. You can use this to get out of dangerous situations, even if... Oh, okay, so that's what I misclicked earlier.
You know, I finished the game. I could totally mod this if I truly wanted to. So I can have more fun while farming achievements.
Oh, nice.
Really getting the hang of this new toy.
And then... Yeah, okay, so I just need to walk over
Go
them.
leave this here?
Another-
Sweet.
Alright, and since I've finished the game, I actually have to get the photographs.
Oh, I don't have Stinger yet. Go. Punchline and Gerbera.
Gobra.
Oh, those are...
They're devil arms.
Ah, okay, so there's gonna be like different devil arms that I can use. Because it looks like I'll have like slots. Ooh, hello? Where did you drop off to? Also, the fuck is... Oh, cool. So it's fragments. Yep, I'm familiar with the blue piece fragments. Alright. Nice. Oh! Crew cut's dead.
Are they collecting human blood? It's not just about feeding. Something else.
This...
What a lovely house plant.
Will... I couldn't read that. Something rude.
Firefly.
Oh, I get it. Who brought the marshmallows? 'Cause I'm bringing the fire.
Rev your engines, let's go. Left trigger, cool.
That sword makes it easy, right?
Swinging him! I gave you that one. Like that? And have some more. They're everywhere. Makes me sick. Get out of my sight!
Yeah, come on. Ah, damn it. Gotcha. If I didn't get hit a few times, that would have been nice comboing. I would have stayed at S. Nose. There we go.
Hey, tough guy. That'll keep him, but not for long.
What do you mean?
Soldier Boy said city's gone to hell and back, taken over by the underworld. Not just here, but everywhere.
Yamato did this.
The sword? April 30th. Oh, okay, so this would have been before the events of the prologue. Oh my gosh, you got boots too!
Head mechanic, don't get used to it.
Once again, has a fucking cigarette.
You still owe me, remember?
Hey, you two! Dinner's ready!
Be right there! Hey, why don't you go ahead? I'm gonna finish up here.
I'll try to save you some. Not.
Oh, cool, he's got his devil arm right there.
Yeah.
You need something? What is it? You hungry? Well, you're in luck, pal, 'cause food's ready and Kitty A always makes too much.
I'm guessing that's the
talkers too, 'cause
Demon
got
King
a pair
that
of those
V
upstairs.
mentioned earlier.
Yeah, that's yours.
See something you like.
Your anger or whatever his name was.
Urizen.
Urizen, that's it.
You a demon?
Nero, the food's getting cold!
Get back inside now!
Oh my.
He just pulled it off.
Wait, he just ripped it off? I thought he would like.
Yeah.
I thought there would be like a dagger or some shit and he'd be like, you know, hacking at it. He just
No,
ripped
he
that-
just like clean off.
Jesus.
I'm taking this back.
What?
I'm taking this back.
Wait.
And then he fucks off.
I'm running out of time.
That's Yamato.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't you remember? In
You
4,
know, I remember in 4 they had the broken Yamato that was held by what's-a-mahoozies, and because of some weird like nonsense with our devil arm, we were actually able to repair Yamato, and then we were in possession of it. So, and Yamato, ever since Devil May Cry 3, has always been like, oh, yeah, Yamato, that's the MacGuffin to open things. Real Keyblade nonsense from Kingdom Hearts.
yeah.
Wait, the hooded guy, that's just Virgil, isn't it?
But I don't know what you mean.
Because he's like, I'm taking it back, and the first thing it does is it turns into Yamato.
I have no idea what you mean.
Oh, so yay, S rank!
Lots of people want Yamato.
I guess. My man wants to say Urianger. Yeah, I thought Urianger at first, but no, it's
From here.
Uranger or whatever his name
Guess I'm
is.
walking then.
Urizen.
Urizen.
Yo. Check it out.
What?
Unfortunately, I know too much about this game.
And this is?
From Morrison. I think it's his manifesto.
Manifesto. It's been a good 30 years since I last wrote something like a letter. Don't have a typewriter or nothing, so unfortunately you're stuck with my shitty handwriting for now. I heard you heading back to Redgrave. Wasn't sure exactly what I could do for you. I'm not a powerhouse like you, or the sharpest knife in the drawer. Still, given my business, the least I can do is get you a few leads. Can't say exactly how useful they'll be to you, but hey, gotta be better than nothing, right? So, the first time I met Dante, he actually went by a different name. Tony Redgrave. Bet that got your attention, huh? Tony Redgrave? Redgrave City? Just a coincidence? Or something more? I honestly can't say. Still, figured if you're heading in that direction, you might be able to learn the truth yourself. That's why I've decided to tell you everything about Dante I know. It ain't every day that I just give this stuff away, boy. You best be grateful. Also, why the fuck is there a guitar in the background? Did I accidentally...
Are we doing this or what?
Is it the one that's going like dang, 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 dang?
Nah. Okay, no, it's fade away. Okay, so it is part of the game. Oh, she has like the little hourglass lion.
Yeah.
Like, look,
This
it's
is the
the...
place where you level up.
I got a new arm for you.
Uh-huh. Successor to the devil. Oh, I love her tattoo.
I really
Yeah,
wish
she's
I could
hot.
sweat on that one.
Oh, and she has like painted nails as well. Oh my god, like... Chat, I think I'm in love. I think she's great.
Oh yeah, he's part of the cult now. Don't worry. We'll feel that.
Alright, so... A mobile gun regulating you cancel attacks with shockwaves of fire, a converged beam of powerful energy. Purchase one of each Devil Bringer currently available in the menu. There's no discount for buying in bulk. Aw, man. And then we have the so we can change our magazine. Gold orb made through a secret has the power to bring the fallen back to life. And then we've got 6 blue orbs that we can purchase. So we got speed, table hopper, wire snatch.
Wire snatch is good.
Yep. Enemy step. Get more orbs.
Get more orbs sucks.
Okay. Oh, hello. Where is it? Yep. Streak. Let's get streak. And then we got split. Yep. We're gonna get split. And then while on the ground, Y, then Y, and tap repeatedly. Alright, let's give this a try. I don't think I understand how it... Yep, so the void is just training grounds, okay? Okay, I don't think I got it. Okay, that's how you do it. Nice. Yep, okay. Makes sense. I get it now. No, I don't need to try it again. We'll grab that. And then combo is... Yep, we'll grab you as well, because I'm actually familiar with the 1-2 pause from the other game. Roulette spin. Roulette spin would have been good for the air. Calo... And then... I would have been better if I had those. And then that increases our magazine. Alright, I'm gonna exit out of customization now. Go Unga, then smash. Yeah. Alright. Next level. But yeah, if it was... I just don't like... Like, if I focus too much, I can notice when it decides to do the whole, like, you know, pausing thing, which I hate. Like the weird,
I need to catch up
like,
to V.
frame thing.
What a mess.
You're free, red balloon. Nope. No blue orbs. Oh, another diggy there. Who is it? Where is Grant? It's me, YY. I'm Grant. I'm just dressed up as Dante for the Devil May Cry. Also, I'm using a
he's
PNG.
Dante.
Yeah. Also, I'm using a PNG tuber, so then that way it doesn't use too much resources on my PC. Because for whatever reason, despite the quality of PC like parts I have in the CPU and GPU, I still get stuttering. So, you know, at some point, I'll need to just, instead of making a Ship of Theseus upgrade here and there, I'm just gonna need to make like a full-blown new PC. But that shit is expensive. So if anyone gives me like a little bit of funds in coffee, that will be greatly appreciated. Alright, among other things, length and variety determine how many style points you get, and the thingamadiggy affects your score on the result screen. Yeah, okay. Listen in my head.
Enjoying yourself?
Frustration. Bang, bang, bang.
Pull my devil trigger.
Yeah, it's Devil May Cry 5. I've gone through the first 5 Devil May Cry games in the series. Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, 4, the reboot in 2013, and now I'm going through Devil May Cry 5. Oh, I have to walk over these things? Are you sure the orb plus thingamadiggy isn't worth?
Yeah.
What are demons doing?
Well, you could get it, but like, you could also get, better shoot gun.
Not making it easy for me, huh?
There we go.
Okay.
Oh, that's a green light,
Secret
not a green
mission
orb.
time.
My bad.
Also, yes, Devil May Cry 5 was released in 2019, as we learned today.
Go. 2 up. Oh, can I get in here? Yes, I can. Nice. So this game also has exploration details. Collect red orbs from an unexpected spot in Mission 2. Nice, I got an achievement for that as well. Horse! Look, it's a flying horse. The backflip was important. He had to get some room for his kick. Ooh. Hellcanas.
Get out of my sight! Oh! Out of the way! Get out of my sight! Get out of my sight!
Oh, okay, so not S rank for that one. Thought it was brand new, so it's the reason why Grant's computer can't handle it. No, that's not the... So, the reason why my PC can't handle it, I honestly cannot figure out why. And I have had, like, a team of IT people in a Discord, like, sit with me while I troubleshoot this game and what have you. And there was barely any rhyme or reason as to why, with, like, just, like, on paper for it to be, you know, doing the weird stutter here and there. So, because this is parts that are, like, Ship of Theseus around 2020, 2021, that I, you know, got some of these things. And, yeah, for whatever reason, just, it doesn't perform optimally.
Also, you missed it, but if you jumped on that statue outside on top of the horse, just like in Devil May Cry 1, you would have gotten some red orbs.
Oh, nice. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Got him.
Nice.
I think you told me this in Devil May Cry 1, but nothing happened. So, that was the unfortunate thing. But yay. We got orbs this time. But yeah, so, for whatever reason, like, despite the gear I have on paper,
I'm gonna make it there before you do, V.
It didn't, like, perform as well as it can in other games, like Devil May Cry Reboot, for instance, from 2013, and this one from 2019. For whatever reason, it's just, you know, it comes into problems here and there. And the only, like, reason I can imagine it is because of just the weird nature of the Ship of Theseus build.
Whatever shall I do?
Doing, brain, come on. Just the Ship of Theseus just not being, you know, it's holding something weird at this point.
It's got a demon in it.
Larvae that killed the demon tree. A hatchling of the parasitic nidhogg. It feeds on weakened parts of the quillploth, destroying its internal... Kyphoth. It's a weird name, okay? Also, that
it's
looks
Latin
infectious.
or some shit.
You should probably go see a doctor about this.
It's demonic. All of it's infectious.
It looks like a demonic labia. Why did they make it look like a labia?
Because it's like demon stuff.
Should've just hacked my way through.
Nothing there.
He doesn't seem like a demon to me.
Go. Okay, so if I run over a particular arm, then I equipped that arm. It doesn't, like, go into the back.
Wait, which way did I come from again?
If you're lost your way, press and hold the left to orientate the camera towards the next objective. Okay, cool. Nice. Excuse me while I take detours, then.
Oh, hey. Oh, wait, nah. You might... Oh, I thought you might be able to see me, but you're on the exact mission in which I did the secret mission for, so you wouldn't be able to get the upload.
Out of the way!
There we go. Is there a chance for, like, those thingamadiggies to run away when they, start running?
Which thingamadiggies?
The guys with, like, the big butts of red orb.
Ah, yeah, there is.
Yep. Look, like, weird thingy. Tentacle.
Yeah. You just gotta hit him hard. I thought you meant the Impulses, but no, I'm not sure actually.
Grab you. Another Nidhogg hatchling.
Get out of my sight!
Oh, I accidentally did the thingamadiggy again on him. Yeah, that was a cool ending frame as well. I like that. All right. Dun, dun. And then after
again.
using the Nidhogg thing on it. Why does this place have so many pictures on the wall? Is it an art gallery? No, it looks to be a hotel. Hotels like having art on the walls rather than clocks, so you don't know what time it is.
I thought that was casinos.
That too. Casinos more so. Any place that has pokies, I imagine. Oop, side piece. There we go. Alright, guess we can't go through there. As you progress through missions, you'll come across special patterns spiral on the walls, such as walls, things, and ground. Stand on the glowing point next and adjust your viewing aim. Secret missions present the... Oh, okay, nice. Alright, so... where do you want me standing? There we go. There we go. Eliminate all of the demons. Easy enough.
I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna get me some alcohol.
Not to worry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Out of the way! Get out of my sight!
go. Got savage for that as well. It's in a Baroque style. That Pegasus reminds me of Grant. Oh yeah, horse. Horse. There. Another piece of a blue orb fragment. Excellent. Clear that special mission. But yeah, so where's my brain at? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna quickly stand up for a quick minute, because I don't want to be sitting all day. Ugh. Big stretch. Yeah, big stretch. Big stretch. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, so yeah, so if anyone ever feels like, you know, helping to support the Zeebs and getting new PC parts, so then that way he doesn't have any of this, like, weird technical difficulties and what have you, I have a coffee. I don't know if I have the thingamadiggy here for it. Let me see. Do I have the message? No, I do not. So, exclamation point coffee will reveal it. And once again, I've accidentally pressed the get out of jail free card real quick.
Run, baby!
I have no more. Is he your relative? The Pegasus? No, Pegasus is a Greek mythos, and zebras are distinctly African. I feel like Africa would have their own mythos for horses and what have you that wouldn't be siding with the Greek. Although there isn't a lot of Afrikaans sort of mythos in my knowledge. I'm not that knowledgeable on everything. Go. Orbs and red orbs, which means there must be something close. Yay! Overture! I was running out of gauntlet arms by accident. Oop, that's not good.
Get out of my sight!
Go. Southern Greece is closer to Northern Africa. You are correct, and zebras are part of the Serengeti, though. Just be aware of that.
Getting sick of this.
All right.
La 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 la.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
I got me some apple cider.
Nice. Hopefully it's delicious.
And it's not my favorite brand.
Yeah.
It's a Strongbow, but I think Scapegoat's better. Half because like one of my homeboys is named Scapegoat.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but it's good.
Cool. Alright, grab the Nidhogg weird STD looking thing. Nidhogg hatchling, there we go.
The Nidhogg spam.
Cool. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, big guy.
Also, have you tried taunting midair yet?
Have I what?
Tried taunting midair.
I don't know what the taunt button is, so...
It's like the select button.
Ah, okay. And once again, I hit the... I accidentally hit the get out of jail card.
Yeah. Have you got it on the bumper?
Yeah.
Switch break rate break away to the D-pad. Trust. Also, no, you may not have to be. So I started playing. Did I already say that I started playing Infinite today?
Yeah, Halo Infinite. You mentioned it earlier on because you've been gunning through the Halo series. Chat, are you not aware of Capricious, my my friend down here who did the really cool Devil May Cry GrantZeebs as you see here, and has also dressed themselves up as Virgil?
Yeah, I dress myself up a lot. Hold on, let me see what else I dress up as. We got V, of course. Let me hit you. Let me hit you.
You were last playing God Eater Resurrection, which I imagine you were starting to play because of Code the Yoshi.
Yep. Allow me to hit you. The angel that presided over my birth said, "Little creature, filled with joy and mirth, go on in love without the help of anything on earth. So it is written."
Oh wait, no, hang on. I ran right past the thing. Where is the?
We've also got my Final Fantasy alter ego, Cinco Beniz. No relation to Lieutenant Quattro Bagina.
Who?
Lieutenant Quattro Bagina, who's totally not Char Aznable from Mobile Suit Gundam.
Oh, never heard of him.
We also got Ona.
Ah, that's what I drew for you.
Ona. Yeah.
I remember that was like a a donation redeem, and you were in the stream as well when these were going off earlier, and I was doing my darndest trying to draw. I am not a really good drawer. That's the pinnacle of my drawing, chat, is what Cap has right there. And Cap was so nice where they were like, "Oh, I want to draw too." So anytime someone did like a, redeem or whatever you for me to draw something for them, they were drawing as well.
I was straight Ipitsuing my Sojo, honestly.
So yeah, it was really nice.
I was straight stroking my shit, and by my shit I mean my artwork, and my shit I mean my brush.
Oh hey! Some telephones still have active phone lines. Get closer and check it out.
Ah, here we go.
It's like one of the telephone booths in the UK, but I didn't think they were in the UK.
Works.
Took you long enough, dumbass. What happened to the third ring?
The design of the city levels are very UK based.
Nice.
Also, if you can hear the crunch, just let me know. I'll
Noted.
just push my mic away.
Fair enough, fair enough. It's possible that zebras could be delivered to Greece to their zoos, then to Olympus. Here, Zeus saw the potential and give one zebra rings. Maybe. It's a bit fanciful, but maybe. You can call Nico's trailer, where you can trade red arms for skills and items. Any telephone you find is a chance to call Nico. Nice. Customize. Here we
There's
go.
no such thing as too prepared.
Driving skills are unmatched. I believe that. Alright, so let me buy 2 of yous. And then let's go you for the beam, and then you, and then you. Oh, okay, so you gotta use red orbs for the equipment, and then you gotta use red orbs for the skills.
Ain't it good that proud souls aren't a thing anymore?
Yeah, I guess. Provocation. A special taunt given only to those who paid a heavy price. Increases stylish rank more than a normal taunt. Oh, okay.
Pretty sure I have all the X provocations.
Roulette spin. Yep. And then we've got avoid an avoidable attack by backstepping. Rush forward and counter the powerful. So while on the ground, back and forward Y.
Yeah, that was in 4.
Let's see if Let's see if I can do this shuffle.
You can also try them.
Yep. Okay. I just need to remember that.
Yeah, maybe I will. Sorry I'm about to kill you.
It's a bit cramped of an arena, huh?
Great. Yeah, get up all you want.
I'm not too good at the fighting, I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah. Grant, here's a question.
barely hear you as I, you know, try not to die. And I'm getting bored.
Yeah. Break up.
Out of the way!
Still alive, thank Christ. Ah. Use orbs? What the
If you use orbs, you're a bitch. Kidding.
Use orbs to revive. So, next cost will be... Oh my god, that would be so expensive if it... Nah. I'll just go through the fight again.
Run it back.
Yeah. I wasn't doing very hot with that, I will be real with you. Last judgment draweth nigh. You can knock back fireballs and other projectiles that Goliath shoots. I didn't even have a chance to read the entire thing in Mitiki. Darn you, SSDs. Alright, skip. Okay, cool. Start menu skips cutscene.
Yeah, maybe I will. Sorry I'm about to kill you. You're great. Jack it up all you want.
Go. Alright, we're a lot better this time around.
Hell yeah.
Says a mere demon. How about we wrap this up?
Oh, there's a green orb, so let me grab you real quick.
Grab the grub.
avoid all of his fucking... There we go. Look, I'm not perfect at Devil May Cry. That's why when you were like, oh, Devil Hunter, go for Devil Hunter, I was like, I'm not that veteran at it.
Gotta get good. Silksong's in a few days. You gotta get good.
I haven't even played Hollow Knight, okay? So...
Adito!
My stars in a bit of grief and...
I'm gonna keep it real. I need to finish Hollow Knight. I wasn't able to... You remember, like, a year ago, my computer kept, like, crashing in the middle of video games?
I don't recall it doing it then, and I'll be honest with you, but I'm sorry to hear that, like, the PC... Everyone seems to get PC problems. So what was... Did you ever solve it, or did you replace it entirely?
I fully replaced it. It was an... I believe it was an overheating issue, but, like, no amount of airflow or, like, bullshit like that would have fixed it. I tried everything. So I just bought a new computer.
Okay.
And it has better RGB, so, you know, win-win.
RGB isn't everything in gaming, but good for you.
Tell me.
Respect.
Pardon my delay.
No, that's the only reason I'm good at video games, just because I have RGB.
Some reading. Yeah. Looks like
I've got RGB in a gamer chair. It's why I'm a professional.
Oh, hey, the tree is disappearing.
A couple of roots, yeah.
You think Dante's still in there? If Urizen defeated him,
I love you, V. I ain't never gonna stop loving you,
more than
V.
I fought pollen by now. A what?
Also, that's not the full tree. That's like
It's a tree
little
that
sproutling.
grows in the underworld.
That's the big tree.
Oh.
Thrives on human blood, and those whose blood it sucks, well, let's just say they don't turn out too well. Well, in any case, we need to find out. If Dante's alive, we'll save him. If not, we don't. Wait. First, we need to exterminate some Glyphod roots. V, what the hell are you?
I know I'm late. Shut it!
Yeah.
The roads were all clogged.
Hi.
Hey, you must be V, huh? Hey, you
Got the funny chicken.
Ding, 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 right by your feet.
It's a horn.
Ooh-wee. I'm gonna make something
Yeah.
amazing out of this.
Up your butt.
Did you just sniff that? Do you have any idea where that's been?
Up your butt?
Focus on the mission.
Up your butt.
She's so hot, honestly.
She is respectfully staring right now.
So true.
Yeah. So yeah, I got hit with a penalty there. But hey, I got A rank.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, so it looks like A rank in all the different styles, and then yeah, there's like not explicitly a penalty for the, you know, doing a no revives, but it's like, yeah, I died, so there was definitely a, you know, no, there isn't a no continue bonus. Flying Hunter. All right. At least you don't get the problems I had that kept killing my PC some ages ago.
Groups.
Oh, what happened, Jack?
Good idea.
Behold, my genius.
Did you just send me something on TikTok?
First.
All the materials
Not right now.
for your little pet projects
Huh.
don't count for anything.
I just got
My
pinged
badass work is
for
worth
it.
every dime. You know it.
Well, your quality control sucks ass, and you know that.
Damn.
Or maybe don't let
Took it
the
long
people
enough.
smack you
Been
around
like what?
so much.
Whatever.
3 hours?
Oh yeah, I might have sent TikToks 3 hours ago. Hang on, let me see. What TikTok did I send?
Yeah, no, you did. It's just like I only just got notified of it.
Ah, okay.
friends now, huh?
Yes, I am. Got any questions, little chicken? My grandmother was called the 45 caliber virtuoso, legendary gunsmith. I hope to be like her someday. And
Goldstein.
And a lethal
Okay.
artisan.
Nicoletta
Everything I
Goldstein.
create is art.
Which is the granddaughter of the woman who made Ebony and Ivory.
Okay.
Any more questions? Huh? Little chickie.
I mean, like, Nell was the one who made the
I'll take my leave.
Ebony and Ivory. Nell Goldstein.
Yeah.
And Nico's her
And if I
granddaughter.
don't see you along the way, I'll see you at the bottom of the Glyphod. Sure. What are you gonna do?
What are my bowels doing?
I gotta shake the cobwebs.
Pause?
I'll let you know. Hey, you got any more questions?
I
But
might,
actually continue. I know the feeling too well.
Read minds.
I might need to do a bathroom break shortly. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah. I know the feeling too well. So well that I'm literally on steroids right now.
That's it. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry, chat. You're gonna have to make do with Cap being fun. I will hang on. I'll write bathroom break BRB. Bathroom break BRB, and then hopefully I don't think I need to be in the bathroom for longer than like. Let's see. Can I run an advertisement? Commercial. How do you run advertisement from the / menu?
You just need to get a hi, I'm a shouty man.
Let me see. So we got announce, we got ban, we've got pin, poll, raid, request, restrict, shield, timeout, unique chat, VIP. How is there no advertisement button? Goodness gracious, are you kidding me? All right, here we go. Let's just run a 1-minute ad for now. All right, I'm gonna read Jack's message while I'm on the bathroom.
Adiro. Sha. Tegale. Get good. I may or may not be re-downloading Hollow Knight so I can actually like play it. Because the last time I played it was in 2023, back when my computer was fucking with me. And I only got up to Hornet in Green Path. Did any of you catch that?
Alright, I'm back. One of the RAM sticks was faulty. The particular brand model was known to have issues, so you got it replaced. Okay, well, at least you only had to replace, like, RAM sticks, which, like, those are probably one of the... Like, they can get expensive, don't get me wrong, if you want to go for, like, you know, crazy quality and such, but at least they're not, like, the most expensive thing to deal with at base price.
Hey, I got a new arm for ya.
Ugh. Punchline. Nice, so that was the thing they just made?
Now that
Yeah.
I got it in stock, you better take advantage of it.
And then whatever the fuck this spiral arm is.
That is Helter Skelter.
Devil arm makes up for lack of range with superior piercing. Use it to break through enemy guards. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, so yeah, whenever we get like a new arm, she like makes a new... She at least gives us one.
Hmm.
You can even
Just the one
mount
freebie.
it to move around. Ooh, nice. Oh, and then we have like different magazines. So... So we got magazine 0. And then we've got different skills. I'm gonna go with Baker Plus, so then that way we have like, you know... Okay, so we can have like a maximum of 8, it looks like.
Yep.
And then an upgrade, consuming 2 stocks to use level 2 exceed moves. Yep. Always worth grabbing. And then... There's the range, caliber, pay line. Push off, shuffle, roulette spin. Yeah, let's go with you. Pack even more, powering your color up shots, holding, letting you fire 3 shots at once when the gauge is full. Yep. Easy ones. Alright, quit the customization. And onto the next thing. You dealt with that for 2 years. Oh no! 2 years is a long time to have problems. Like, I'm gonna be frank with you, I've been having, like, because of noticing the issues with my PC in, like, Mafia 1, 3, and Devil May Cry Reboot, I cannot stand the idea of dealing with that longer than next year. Like, I do not want to deal with it in majority of 2026. I am very much up for trying to get that fixed before the new year. If I can. But I don't know if I will because, you know, cost of parts and what have you. Dink. Donk. Stand on the platform lit with red flames when nowhere around, turn the flames blue, and cause grim grip point. Oh, okay, yeah, this is like back in Devil May Cry 4. Yep, and then... Starring Pooh Man Real was what popped up in my screen at a quick moment.
Get out of my sight! Out of the way!
Go. Alright, more jumping off points. Hi there, Vel! Welcome to the stream. I didn't know who I could ask. Fair enough, Jack. Look, trying to solve IT problems on your own is probably, like, one of the worst things to do. Because, you know, most people are, like, if you've got a PC and such, you're doing more than most. Oh, it's like, so having to, like, you know, go through repairs and such, like, most people know how to Google and what have you. So you go through that. You try and describe the problem that you're having, and you narrow down through, like, troubleshooting steps that they give you, and doing the obvious things, such as driver updates, or changing configurations related to the problem, or the, blah, 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 or just, like, weird things. And then, worst case scenario, you will also reinstall your Windows operating system just in case it's that weird configuration error. All sorts of stuff. So yeah, so I emphasize with you greatly about that. Oh, hey, another blue fragment. Almost missed that one. Hi there, Velk. Speaking of, I think we figured out the Titan Quest issue. We played it again with 0 crashes when you joined. New PC fixed it, so I think it might have been a processor-MOBO relation. Nice! Good to hear.
Excelente.
It's honestly tragic that everyone is having IT problems and such, and it's like, oh, you need, like, new PC MOBO stuff. Because, like, you'll probably notice it as we go through the this particular game, Velk, but there are definitely moments where I am having, like, it's not as bad as the Devil May Cry reboot game we had, but there are, like, moments of freezes and what have you. And once again, I'm pressing the left bumper instead of... Ah, damn it. So, what's Velk saying? That'd be so frustrating after spending so long fixing it, like that freeze there. Jeez. Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing, is that, like, I have gone through, like, all the different kinds of, like, you know, troubleshooting that I can do. And this is something that's happening in other games as well, like thinking back to the Devil May Cry reboot, Devil May Cry 5 now. Not as bad as it was in the Devil May Cry reboot, or in Mafia 1, the remastered or definitive edition, or Mafia 3 definitive edition. So, like, or, yeah, and it just happened there as well. So, like, and it does it, and it's weird, because it's like, it does it in twos. And it's not, like, as far as I know, it is not the CPU at this point, considering we have just, like, swapped it and what have you, so... Alright, how do they... Oh, there's you. And then... Why am I back here? Like... Just uncoordinated, I guess. I need to look into getting more RAM soon. Oh, if you're less than like 16 gigs of RAM, you kind of need more, just because of like the escalation of random access memory and like going between the CPU and storage, like cached stuff. If you multitask like what I do, you probably want more than 32 gigs of RAM, though. So yeah, 64 gigs I feel like is a bit of a, like, there might be like a real world reason for it, like a like some weird like rendering or video editing stuff, but I think 64 gigabytes of RAM might be a little bit overkill for, you know, people outside of content creation in regards to, like, you know, 3D generation or video editing stuff. Press B after attacking. Grim can be revealed by attacking certain points. Okay. It wants me to attack something.
With your gun.
Yeah. Ah, nice. Oh, and it broke the heater skeeter. Darn it. Because the heater skeeter was pretty cool when it was doing that drilling motion. So. Alrighty, so. Okay, so I need to get over onto this platform here. And then... Wait, I can see the thingy-majiggy here. Why is it... It was on 12 myself and it was agony. I use 64 now because I do virtualization. Yeah. So for Velk, you know, that's another good reason, is virtualization.
What's virtualization?
Virtualization is when you have hardware. It's like you have your operating system, and then you have a program where it creates a quote-unquote virtual environment. So Docker containers, for instance, are examples of virtualization.
Virtual machines.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
So yeah, you can either have like virtual machines, like, VirtualBox, where you like run an operating system and such, or you may have Docker containers where it's like, it's like sort of headless, so it's running a Linux operating system and then the application, but you're not interacting with Linux, you're just interacting with the application.
I see.
Just for Photoshop. Can't Photoshop be really RAM heavy too sometimes? Yes, it can be a little bit RAM heavy. Definitely a benefit in having 32 gigs of RAM or more with Photoshop, though I feel like you still want a decent CPU with like single core performance, and because of like just needing it for generating filters and what have you. Random access memory. Ooh, hello. Press B after attacking a target. What target?
Any target. Well, technically, when you stand on those like little, whatchamacallit, it's like those little
Platforms.
like platforms of red, you grim grip those bad boys.
Oh wait, hang on. There we go. Weird. So. Oh, okay, hang on.
See, it's just like in Devil May Cry 4.
No, not exactly, because I didn't have to hit these things.
You did.
Oh, there we go. I didn't remember having to hit them. Alright, so now I'm here. And it looks like I can... Okay, so I can't get to there with what I have here. At least, yeah, no, not here. I'm gonna use this. Sending us into a sewer.
Yeah.
Demon tree blood clots. Some demon tree contain clots of blood. Destroy these clots to get red orbs. Destroying them sometimes opens up new paths or triggers something else in the environment.
Great. Now the roots are in my way.
There we go. That's the only reason I want more RAM. If you think it's for my PC performance in general, you'd be dead wrong. Jack, get yourself a second monitor.
So true, actually.
Jack
I have
gets
2
mad
monitors, and I
when
want
I
a
give this
third.
recommendation, though. Jack has like no desk space, so it's like if they ever do like try to get like a second monitor, they're gonna also have to invest in like, a monitor arm instead. So then that way they can have it like hosted and such like that. Like I said before, I used to run games on absolute near potato settings. I'm not picky on quality as long as the damn game runs. Like, yeah, I'm kind of the same opinion with you, Jack, where it's like, in terms of like visual quality, I don't have too much of an issue on. If I can get good visual quality, yeah, sure, I'll go for that. But quite frankly, I am more interested in smooth, like, consistent performance before I get, like, ray tracing, 4K DLSS, and any of that kind of nonsense. Just give me consistency, please. Do not, have me go all the way up to, like, 160 frames a second and then dropping down to 0 suddenly. So...
I want to play more Halo, but I only want to play it like when I'm in the wifey server. That's sort of been our thing. I play Halo. I complain about Halo. I still think it's a great series, except for 4 and 5. Seriously, Halo 4 is a fucking abysmal game when you like come right off the heels of playing like ODST and Reach.
Ah, punchline is so cool.
That was a good punchline combo I just saw.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I might play some Virgil campaign, honestly.
Alright, okay. Sounds good, sounds good. But yeah, so when it comes to like PC quality, like I feel like I have most certainly have like, embellish, like, or not embellish, sorry. I've definitely, like, turned, like, a little bit of myself into a glutton because of the, blah, 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 the 3090 I have now. Sorry?
Fat Grant, Fat Grant,
Why are you like this? You hear me burp one time and you're like, Fat Grant.
I'm too horny for my own good. I actually have half a mind to, instead of play the mission right now, get a fuck ton of mods. Matter of fact, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
There we go. 10 more minutes till the end of work. Good luck to you, Jack. Get that bread.
We got the Osaka rank voice. And fluffy manager.
Look at me, just
I love how
with 1 foot.
Can you guess what the 5th most popular mod is?
An alternative outfit for Nico?
No. You should know this like top of your head. Staring you right in the face.
Wait, an official mod or?
Oh no, none of these mods are official.
Oh, no, I don't know then. A nude mod for Dante or Nero.
You know, I'm surprised. It really is looking you right in the face.
Devil trigger mode? I don't know.
If you want it, then you'll have to
take it. Is the chair a mod?
Oh my god, you didn't think the chair was... Did you think the chair was real?
Look, I have gone through 4 Devil May Cry games where there is an element of camp, okay? I could definitely see...
the chair was real. That's crazy, Jack.
Look, I can definitely imagine Virgil just pulling from memory the fucking lawn chair, okay?
I cannot help but laugh. It's too funny. I pee myself laughing.
Damn it. Press the wrong button again.
Virgil bangs from Devil May Cry 3.
Come on.
Actually, give me some mods that make them Kamen Riders. Make him fun. Make him Evodu.
Come on. I honestly am a little annoyed that I accidentally pressed the emergency, like, release button left bumper. I've done it on more than one occasion now.
That's why I said switch it to bloody, what do you call it? Like D-pad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
There's another common rider thingy.
Oh no, it's better. It's better. I'm sending Jacket.
Alrighty. Yay, because yeah,
and I'm
Jack
sending you it.
Thank you. Hey, punchline. There we go.
Punchline. Look at it.
Doesn't look like there's any other thingies. Alright, running up here. If I only could, I'd make a deal with God. Da, 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 da. There we go.
Hey, Grant, look at this.
You want me to have a look at it right now?
Look.
Oh, there's a what's an Uzi thing? I need to look at some point. Alright, alt-tabbing, and where... So, slap you there, move you over here. That looks ridiculous.
I'm not just any devil hunter. Not by a long shot.
Goodness gracious.
Wes.
Oh, it's these scissor fuckers again. I hated these. I remember them from Devil May Cry 2. Is it Devil May Cry 2 or Devil May Cry 1? I think it was Devil May Cry 1. Heater Skeeter. And I need to do... There we go. There's this wall here. Oh, okay, hang on. I need to be down here. There we go. Nope, I need to be another level down. Here we go. There we go. Alright, don't let any red Emperors escape. Sound good. Let's give it a try.
You're gonna have to, like, hit all of them with Overture. Not like the full max thing, just like, you just gotta hit them good. Get some max axe in there. Chat, do we believe? Oh, we believe this, chat?
Oh, don't... Hey, there we go. There we go. Ah, oh, damn it, now there's 3 of them. There we go, punch line to try and get through them faster. Oh, did I get it? Yeah! That last one almost got me.
It did that.
But yeah, I had to swap from the heater skeeter with the explosion thing and then just, you know, use punchline for like the, you know, multiple hits while I was able to be busy doing something else. And that's all 4 blue orbs to do 1 increase. Excellent. Hell yeah. The secret missions feel a little bit easier for me on this iteration compared to when I was trying them in Devil May Cry 3. I am very thankful for that. What's right bumper again? Oh yeah, right bumper is the... Look at this. If I just press it repeatedly, he just like is on the one foot.
Did you fix up your
Fix up my what?
what you call them? Your breakaway? Did you put that on the pad?
No, I didn't. I still have the breakaway on the left bumper. I'm getting too used to I need that button there.
You want me to follow you? No way, asshole. You bring that shit to me.
There we go. Oh, come on, need to get... Hello, Sir Dragon. Get through that guard. There we go. Ah, damn it, you broke my... Gotcha. So I picked up the heater skeeter at some random moment. The heater skeeter in the areas that I need to use it is not as helpful as punchline right now.
Heater skeeter.
Or whatever the thing is called. The spirally arm.
It's like you don't even listen to music.
Yeah, I have no idea. Okay.
It's Helter Skelter.
Helter
Like
Skelter.
the Beatles song.
The what?
The Beatles song, Helter Skelter.
Oh. Haven't listened to the Beatles before. And yes, I'm going to be breaking everything in this library in case there's something.
As you should.
Eee! Thank you for the E, Sir Dragon. I don't know why, but it seems okay to spill a little drink on carpet floor than to spill a bit on lino-tino floor. Why are you spilling drinks? You shouldn't be spilling any drinks. You're a grown-ass furry. Oh. Alright, let's try that again. I didn't realize it was gonna need me to do a little bit of skill checks there. Done. Alright. So yeah, weird stuttering there, but, you know, we're gonna ignore it. Alrighty, here we go. Ah, too far. Never mind. I'm gonna leave that red orb there. Go. Pick up all them. Dun, dun. Oh. Wait, where's the... Hang on. Show me, where do I need to go next? This way. Okay, so then what's behind me? Nothing. Alright.
Without strength, you can't protect anything. You know that.
Oof. That is a dangerously toxic quote there. Good video game advice, but I don't know how Nero should be feeling about that quote in real. Oh hey, another phone booth.
You might be wondering, how will she get in here?
She is going to crash through a fucking wall. Or there's a skylight. Oh, there's a skylight. I was right. It was my second guess.
One.
You know I got you covered, asshole.
Ah, Nico. My beloved.
Did you say NATO?
Nico. Nico.
Oh, Nico. Nico, my beloved.
My beloved.
My sweet cheese.
Alright.
We love you, Nico.
Depending on your definition of is. And then get some general overtures. And then can I buy another blue orb? Yes, I can. Alright. That's a lot of blue orb I purchased, that is true. But it's all gonna be useful. Plus, if I really need to, I'll just, you know, go through previous missions again for some red orb. There's gonna definitely be red orb grinding segments for Nero.
Oh hey, there's a performance mod for Devil May Cry 5.
If that's true, then I'll give it a try. But the thing is that the last time I tried a quote-unquote performance mod was like Reshader or something like that for DMC Reboot, and it did nothing. Like it was like an almost like an established thing for whatever reason.
No chit chat or monologue.
So I'll give the performance mod a try.
I need to find a good over Nero skin.
You have escaped. You're now in a bus.
Something different about it.
Nice. It's time for you to fight Farnus. Oh shit, they got V1 from Ultra Q.
Ow. Fuck.
Oh. Throw a co-worker under the bus. Oh boy. That sounds not great. So I showed you that I'm learning guitar, right?
Sorry?
I showed you I'm learning guitar, right?
Yeah, you also got like a Fender, I think? Like you got a new car.
A car?
I think so. Oh, fuck.
I do not have a car. That is for
No,
sure.
like,
You mean like a Fender Stratocaster?
Yeah, that's what I said.
That is not a Stratocaster. I've got like an artist with some humbuckers.
Oh, damn it. She broke one of my punch lines. Whee! Oh, damn it. That's one of...
I like how there's some preloaded mods on the Fluffy Mod Manager, and a lot of them is just like Maximilian Dude over like all the characters.
Whee! Oh, nice. Come on.
Yeah, that should do. Time to fight someone. Will this explode my PC?
Whee!
Time to find out.
Nice. Come on. Yeah. You're off to bed. Not to worry, nice guy. Thank you so much for sticking around. I greatly appreciate it. Oh my. Nero's moving. And I just realized I've been doing all of this without Exceed, like, during all of my strikes. I am definitely, like, misdoing some of Nero's kit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a lady!
Yeah.
Wait, that's... Lady?
It's a naked lady.
No, lady from, yeah, Walking Arsenal, lady.
It's lady.
From
Yeah,
Devil
it
May
is.
Cry 3.
You know her?
From my gunsmith days.
It is a lady from Devil May Cry.
What?
Devil May Cry
I
3.
can't believe you do this to Kyrie. I'm gonna have to tell her, man. I'm joking. Hey, loosen up your jockstrap. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Nico and Nero are such fucking siblings.
So true.
Yep.
Kyrie would kill me right now.
A rank. No continues. S! Let's go. So yeah, no continues. Consistent style. Max vitality victory. Max swordsman. Death from above. Pop fly hitter. Sniper. Devil breaker. Armless victory. I don't know what armless victory is. Pretty sure I had like my thing. You can evaluate any player you match with online.
I believe it's
by giving
when you
When you what?
I believe armless victory is when you win without using without any devil arms.
I definitely had devil arms at the end there.
One can only hope.
Did you have them like actually, or did you
I might have... I know I broke a few of them, but I'm pretty sure I still had at least one devil arm at the end there.
Engagement.
Alright, so now I'm playing as V. Edgy V, with To Whom the Bell Tolls and The Crow and all them depresso emo looks. Switch player to V. Command 3 demons on the battlefield, controlling the flow of combat from a distance. Vitality and orbs helps carried over. You must obtain skills for V. Okay. When V's demons, Griffin and... Oh, never mind. Oh, you can get purple orb for Devil Trigger. I don't know if it will be useful, but I'll grab it anyway. Also, why can't I swap? I can't change my skills right now. Alright. Mission start! What did I miss, Sir Dragon? You'd bang her? Probably. Fair enough. Eco's hot. I absolutely love her.
We have a minor errand before we reach yours.
Grant's gonna commission me to draw him with Nico.
I don't do that, is the thing. Like, yes, I find them sexy and what have you, but I don't, like, for instance, I absolutely love Talizora Voss Normandy. She is my girl. I do not want to hear any bullshit about her as a romance option. And there has definitely been a commission of her at one point in the past, but that was because someone was doing like a, you know, pick a Rule 34 character or something like that, and I was like, I want this character. But never having him as like, oh, let me insert my zebra character with this Rule 34 character. I've never done that before. If my persona is going to be involved with other like characters and such, it's going to be other personas where it's like, yeah, let's hang out with each other or let's fuck each other. There's an element of consent when the zebra is involved in other artworks with people.
Let's draw our personas fucking.
After summoning Shadow, press Y to make him perform a close-ranged attack.
Lead the ones around you to the zigzag kick.
Gouge him.
Okay, Quantum Ranger over that guy,
okay, so...
and So Grant, you know who voices Nero, right?
Voices Nero?
Yeah.
I honestly have forgotten. I have no idea.
Johnny Young Bosch, the second Black Ranger.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so I'm rangering the fuck up my mods.
Go.
Let's see if I can get Dante as B-Fighter Yanma.
Use Shadow... Yep, okay.
At your pleasure. Rest in peace.
It's kind of cool that the cane is just used as like a stabbing instrument for him. Also, I just realized...
Gouge him.
Can he double jump? Okay, he can jump on walls at the very least. I am so alone. The apocalypse approaches. Oh, okay, so yeah, I'm better off pressing B with you. Oh, hey, apparently it's showing my content.
Yeah. Because this is right next to the mission you just did.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be absolutely terrible. Alright, yep.
Switch out to the shorts. It's getting warm in here.
I'm already in pajama bottoms, frankly. Once I get home, it's pajama bottom time.
Hold on, I'm just gonna switch into like my entire pajama fit.
Fair.
Slice him. At your pleasure. Slice.
There we go. Moves you right to lock on target and an instant killing any dying instantly works on airborne targets as well. Nice.
Yeah. There we go.
nothingness.
He's kind of cool. I don't know how I feel about his, like, summoning nature. I don't often play a lot of characters that have, like, oh, I'm not the damage dealer. I am the, I have, like, summoned minions that will do it. You know, Pikmin or Overlord style. I don't normally go for those characters.
Oh, I've almost got the mods working.
Nice. Do you actually notice a performance difference with the performance mod?
I don't use the performance mod.
Okay.
You forget I'm goated.
Lucky you.
So.
Ah, darn it, I didn't get to break it all. Shame.
Oh, I've got him working. I'm cooking.
Devil Trigger replenishing orb is white. Cool. I was worried that white was going to be Proud Orb, but like you said, like, they don't have Proud Orbs anymore.
Yeah, that's just DT orb.
So dramatic.
There we go.
Just snap his fingers and Devil Trigger. Landing blows on enemies or taking damage will fill the Devil Trigger. If your Devil Trigger is at level 3 or higher, you can use it to summon Nightmare by pressing the left bumper. He will attack enemies on his own until the gauge runs out. Nice. There we go.
At your pleasure. Pin him to the wall. Gouge him. Pardon me. Rest in
There we go.
peace.
I need to remember, like, you know, while controlling my character and doing, like, the stabs and what have you, I can still have my other characters doing his hits and what have you. Your favorite goth twink in his collection of Pokemon? Yeah, with, Persia and, Murdercrow.
How do you know a Persia? That's the name of my shorty.
That's the name of the Pokemon. It goes Meowth and Persia, doesn't it?
Persian.
Persian. Point is, I know exactly the... Oh, nice. He does like a little thing. Nice. Upsy daisies. V's recovers from stalemate by themselves over time. You can speed up the recovery by moving V close to them. Ah, okay. So there's like different healths I need to worry about as well. Persian and Pidgeot and a Machop, I guess. No. Murdercrow. So this one is Murdercrow, or Crow Murder, or whatever the dark... Murkrow. And then, yeah, Machamp, not Machamp. Machamp has like 4 arms. Machop has like, you know, just the... Go. Uh-oh. Yay.
I got the mods to work, so now I'm fighting the I'm fighting the Quantum Ranger as the Black Ranger.
Yeah, Jack is so angry. I don't get names right so often. How do I have Jack as a friend still? Maybe it's because in Monster Hunter, even the legitimate names are not properly followed, like how Seething Beetlegeese is just called Beetlejuice.
I will not allow him to gain any more power.
Alright. Nidhogg, hatchling. There we go. Definitely gonna need to work on figuring out combos for these guys, because I don't imagine it's just button mashing. Orb fragment? Nice. I'm guessing this guy is gonna be more about devil triggers at some point, isn't he? So like Nero, I'm just doing, you know, classic attacks and what have you.
Gouge him.
Go.
At your
Hi there, Wild Saber. Oh my gosh, info dump. Hang on a sec. Bit upset. Called me and informed my sister's dog has passed away, so they had to put her down due to her old age. She had to be eating or drinking, and they just lie down. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, Wild Saber, but like when you normally when you put down a dog as well, like they don't make it painful for them or anything like that. It very much for them is just going to sleep. So it probably, rather than oh damn it, I'll speak up when the advertisement is done.
Go. Die. This is your
There we go.
gouge him. Settle back. Fall
There we go.
to hell. Retreat.
Hold right trigger during, you'll be wide open to attacks while doing it, so be careful.
Slice him. To see the world in heaven in a wildflower, holding infinity in the home of your head, and its birth. Bride. Go ahead. Prepare.
Ooh, stylish finish.
Nice.
On me. Angel decided on retreat. The end is there we go.
Ow. Go. He is such a fucking poet, isn't he? Like he is just.
He really is.
He is just doing content. Anyway, he's back. All right, welcome back. Well, so, but yeah, I wanted to say I'm sorry to hear about the passing of your sister's dog. It is unfortunate to hear, like, when dogs do grow of old age, but I don't really have much else that would be of positive saying, other than at least when they are passing on like you know, through like anesthetization or what have you, that isn't painful for them. It is very much just, you know, going to sleep or what have you. So it's a lot better for them than, you know, say for example, you know, as you were mentioning, like they were just super tired, not eating, not drinking, which wouldn't be as great.
Gouge him. Like so. This is your misery.
Yep. No idea how these techniques are different from others.
Here now. Pardon me. Gouge him. So.
There we go. There we go. Bro, I'm at 6 skills right now.
Good shit.
Settle back.
There we go. I didn't even know how I did that. She was loved and a good dog. She was 10 years old. That's a long time to be alive for a dog as well, depending on the breed and what have you. So that's not too bad, honestly. Where are the...
To see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wildflower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity.
My archive of my own fucking.
Is he gonna... There we go. And then Nidhogg sapling there. Anyways, who are you playing? Some random emo magician? We are playing someone named V, who it very much is just an emo twink right now. We're not even responsible for most of the damage. We have, like, a bird and a panther doing the damage for us. But then we do, like, the final hit, and we're like, ah, yes, bam. Demon destroyed.
He's an emo nerd who likes poetry. So he starts moving like, the angel that presided over my birth.
Yeah.
Said, little creature.
Listen to this.
Filled with joy and mirth.
Angel that presided
Go
over
on.
my birth.
Go on.
He's saying
love
it!
without help.
Of joy and mirth.
Anything
Go
without
love
it.
without the help of anything on earth.
Go, yeah, so he said the line just then, the one you quoted.
A world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wildflower.
Oh my
Hold
gosh.
infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour.
What can I say? I like William Blank.
At your pleasure.
There we go. There we go. Ah, I can't jump over this gate. Darn. And then... Okay, I should probably double check what the previously viewed tutorial. So we got the vitality gauges, we got all that, calling Nico, and then unique to V, near a dying thingy, ranged attack, forcing movement, gambit, nightmare, stalemate, devil trick. Okay, use one stock to make Shadow and Griffin attack foes with increased strength. Executing the same command again will extend attack time at the cost of more of the DT. Fill the DT during battle, you'll be wide open to attacks while doing this, so be careful. Okay, so I have to do it while battling.
Right. Reclaim yourself, angel that presided on my birth. Go love without the help of anything. At your pleasure.
There we go.
Last night I was actually also playing another video game. I was playing one of my homeboys. They've made themselves like a pretty good fucking like Doom wad with like 5 campaigns in it. So like I was playing through the last bit of the first campaign, and I was like, oh wow, that was a fucking great game. I can't wait for the sequel. Like not sequel. And I'll send it to you just so you can see the comic I made like immediately after. But he was like, nah, there's 5 more campaigns, and I'm like, what?
There's no more. Oh, Jesus.
No, I thought there was no more. But it turns out I had merely scratched the surface.
Go ahead.
It turns out it only took me so long because I suck at Doom.
Return.
I just found a funny anime that I wish I knew had existed. King from Now On. I don't know anything of the plot, but on the main gimmicks is a high school boy finding himself king in a fantasy world and somehow gets engaged to an overly jealous and protective boy knight, and he constantly beats up the main character for being unfaithful. Oh my gosh. Weird.
Oh shit, that's a classic fucking isekai.
Alright, hang on.
That is like
grain of sand.
Almost older than me. That is 2004.
Oh, goodness. Dunk for the green. There we go.
Phone.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can reach that woman.
That woman is Nico! Also, where is the phone? Oh, there's the phone.
Hey, Shotty, can you get me some new cane polish? I got the red orbs for it.
So yeah, I'm not following up on any new anime, but I am most certainly going through King of the Hill. I am going through that as much as I can.
Boggle.
Woo! Oh my gosh. She probably would have been fine without his help. Bale the Butcher. I just noticed that name up there. Bale.
Where?
It's on the sign. Bale. B-A-E-L. The Butcher, which I imagine is like a legitimate. All right, so we got quick play, which is doing the shadow.
I mean, Bale is the name of a demon.
In the air near to mount, press A and A. So you can like mount. Royal Fork. Rain down demonic canes from on high. Finishing off all dying in the area expends the DT. Yeah, not gonna waste it on that. Power up blockade to summon 3 pillars. Hold X longer. And then on the back to hold and release. Oh, okay, so there's... Double check. Reduces the time needed for Griffin to recover after being slammed. Increase Griffin defenses, allowing him to take more hits before getting thingy. Shadow combo B. With the swing of his tail and rendering them with enormous fangs. Transform to jut out in all directions while on the ground, hold and release. I'm gonna try the hold and release abilities. Because I imagine I'm gonna be using those a little bit more. And then we got blue orbs and purple orbs. And then we got
the funny thing about using V is that he is the most brainless character.
Is he?
Straight up, hit buttons, get SSS rank, profit.
All right. So, how do I summon Nightmare?
Double trigger.
Slice him.
Like you get the double trigger bar, you hit the double trigger button.
The devil
There's
trigger
a nightmare. Like the DT button.
It has not told me what the DT button is.
Slice him.
Left bump.
Awaken now.
There we go.
Now begin. Pierce through.
Oh my god, he's so fucking slow.
Yep.
Nice. Alright, cool. Nice, 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 nice. How did you get HRE? Bale and Modius. I don't know who Modius is. I just see the name bit. Trigger Heart. While DT will deplete at a reduced rate. Yes, I will definitely go for that.
Modius, I think, is like Asmodeus.
Which is a demon, I want to say?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright. Increases his defense. Skewer. I can't do Skewer. A spinning charge attack that transforms Shadow's body. Press the right bumper forward for a diving charge or back for a drop attack. In mid-air. Okay.
Hey, Grant.
What up?
Doesn't that panther look familiar? And that move that the panther does look familiar?
It looks like a shuriken.
Hold up. Where have we seen that before?
If this is from a previous Devil May Cry, I'm gonna be real with you, I am drawing a blank.
Really? You got your ass kicked by him.
Cool.
In DMC1. In the pavilion. It's It's the Panther from Devil May Cry 1.
Oh.
And Griffin is Griffin
From Devil May Cry 1. Oh, okay.
And Nightmare.
Look, it's been
is
a
Nightmare
while
from
since
Devil May Cry 1.
It's been a while, okay? Right bumper, LB on the back, hold and release. Yep. Alright. Look, alright, I am brain dead, okay? Alright.
That's why you're playing V.
But yeah, look at that. So, Fishy Delights, Bale the Butcher, Toot Toot Fruits.
Turn the music up. I love this song.
Oh, it's Nidhogg.
Yep.
Nidhogg. I never liked this guy.
You test. I know you.
Dumb as a box of rocks. Let's not even mess with this guy, V. He can't even leave the Clyphod anyway. Just a Clyphod parasite. Uh-oh. I think he hurt me.
You prom date, you ugly sack of shit.
Alright.
Not in this lifetime.
Good luck getting him to remember anything, including how names are pronounced. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna have issues with the Quilhoth or whatever the fuck the tree is called.
Clyfoth.
Quifloth.
Damn.
If the fool would persist in his folly, he would become wise. Gouge
He's so trying to think too much shit.
There we go. Oh, lol, the prediction manager is broken.
Damn.
So, what was the prediction? People can still see the prediction on their phones and such, it's just not popping up there. I'm just gonna need to log back in again or something like that.
It is. Will Grant get his ass kicked by Nidhogg? Yes or no?
at your pleasure.
Chris ain't. I thought it was Code Angel.
There we go.
Isn't that the guy who does Mind Freak?
Stab you.
We never got Mind Freak in Australia.
Oh shit, something broke. Oh, the what's-my-whoosy broke. Thank you so much for the follow, Grave Lord. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. There we go. And then you get destroyed.
Slicing, gouging.
Ow. Yeah, explosion!
Yay!
Very helpful. Come on. Yes!
Who that is? It's Jack!
Hi there, Jack!
Hello. I just got
Now,
home.
now we can double gaslight him.
Yes.
Nope. Darn it.
Also, good news, Jack. I figured out my AO3 password after like a couple of years.
It's not like you needed to
Was
read it.
too late.
But I wanna read it.
So yeah, let's do that
Look at
fight
the
again. Hopefully you're having a
Yeah.
wonderful evening, Grave Lord Nitoy. I am just terrible in like assessing how to do the combos with V, okay?
Phone. I wonder.
Turns out my prediction was correct. Also, are you sure it's Nitoy or is it just Gravelord Nito?
Nitoy.
From like,
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah. It says Nitoy, Nitoy, so
maybe it's Nitoy.
Nitoy. Maybe. Alright, so because you did the prediction, so I imagine I have to do the thingamadiggy. Also, I need to see if there's a way for me to like
I'm at.
Yeah. Keep your panties on. I see ya already. Be right there.
let me do studio mode and see if I need to do Oh shit. That was not my intention. There we go.
Gravelord Nitoy. The I or the Y?
This is coming out of nowhere. Like, hello.
Hello? Also, why can't
Nico,
I...
how did you get there?
She just knows how to do these things. Also, I need to figure
there-
out how to do the sign in again for Twitch, because for whatever reason, it's not letting me look at the...
You know, in canon, it's because the Devil May Cry van, the engine is actually a demon's heart, and I'm fully pulling this out of my ass.
Man, but I would support that theory. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
The car is a demon.
Browser source. To log into within a browser source, right-click the source, select interact, and use the pop-up menu to log into the... okay, so I'm gonna need to... Give me a few. I need to do something crazy. The I is silent, so... Grave Lord and Toy. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. I don't know if I am, so... Anyway, I'm just gonna do a browser, and then... Ding dong.
My name is Gravelord Nitoy. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Let's see what happens when I do this. Nice.
My name is Gravelord Nitoy. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Let's see what happens when I do this. Nice.
My name is Gravelord Nitoy.
I'm waiting for ice cream.
Prepare to die. Ice cream? No ice cream.
Like, I mentioned before that my brother got a Ninja Creamy recently.
Who?
We've just been making like ice cream mixtures and we're just shoving it into the freezer. Like, awaiting our turn. I mentioned before that to use the creamy recently.
Who?
Donk. Sorry.
I'm not gonna lie. It's like in glorified blender. I'm not gonna lie.
If you're done, get moving.
I'll need to figure out the browser thingamadiggy another time. And in the meantime, let me choose the prediction result. Will Grant get his ass kicked by Nikog? Only one person voted yes, and I'm gonna take the random guess that it was you.
No.
Let me have a look.
I mean, it's not like I can win anything.
Yeah, Singapore doesn't allow gambling, even if it's just prediction polls, which is a shame.
Wait, for real?
Yeah, I can't gamba channel points at all, which
That's
is kind of
crazy.
stupid in my opinion. It's not like I'm using real money here, so I'm just like, okay. But oh well.
Does that mean you don't get
Thumbs the rules.
gacha games?
What do you mean?
Like I got like gacha games like fully banned.
No.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, so like, you know, Genshin, Star Rail, Wandering Waves, ZZZ, all these games are... They're massive here. They are so big, we have bubble tea stores doing collabs with them.
Fuck, I haven't had a bubble tea in a hot minute. Mainly because I live in the bumfuck whitest part. Well, not the whitest part, but it's fucking white part of Australia.
If I go into any shopping center here, there's at least like 3 to 4 different bubble tea brands in that mall. You're literally spoiled for choice, and I'm not even joking when I say every single mall. There we go. Shish kebab, that worm.
Yeah. Bro thinks he's the Shai Halud. Show him what for.
Return.
Alright, can I, like, do thingamadiggy? Or am I
How are you liking the music?
pretty good? Although I'm still, like, I'm focusing too much on, like, trying to get, you know, the fight, getting through this boss fight. So, because I have to be mindful of my health and the health of the creatures. There we go.
Wait, I want to say something relevant to you. Totally relevant to this stream at GrantZeebs. That is quite the wild first-time chat.
Totally relevant. Kevin Dauphin. Is it relevant? Well, Grave is right. The emo is anorexic as all F. Oh, god damn it, now he's...
The witness needs to, like, I don't know, you breathe on him a little bit too hard and he just collapses.
He's got, like, little bone disease. I see. Allow me to transcribe this.
Oh,
To see a world
the,
in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, an eternity in an hour. So it is written. The angel that presided over my birth said, little creature formed of joy and mirth, go in love without help of anything on earth.
Oh, come on. Stay alive. Try and deal with the... Oh wait, devil trigger. Let's do this. Explosion should be good. There we go, and then...
He has the best one-liner when you finish this fight.
DMC, I do understand having good one-liners. I just need to survive this shit.
Here's throwing.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's no skill issue.
Okay, cool. So he does get damage when I do the... Ow. Totally relevant. Oh, okay. Although, yeah, I'm just so confused with, like, I just want to push buttons, but I feel like pushing buttons is not the appropriate thing to do in this scenario.
Just tell me one at a time so you can read one of them.
Go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! There we go.
The cutworm forgives the plow. What do you say? The cutworm forgives the plow. What do you say?
The cutworm forgives the who?
The plow.
The plow.
Oh.
Like the thing you use to kill fields.
The plow in a field when you do the farming.
Yeah, and then they get cut.
But yeah, I've heard that line before, Kevin. The to see the world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wildflower, because he's used that line before.
That's not good at all.
He's got like 3 quotes.
Well, hey, wait, where are you going? Are you running away? That's not.
You know what was one of the first mods for PC Devil May Cry was?
That's a little bit
What
more
was
than I
it?
can take on right now.
Changing V's book to like a fucking My Little Pony notebook. There was also the Lisa Frank dolphin notebook.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm fine being A rank for V. V feels weird for me. Feels too bookish.
Apparently, according to code, it's a lot. I think according to code. No, my bad. According to my ex, it's very. What is that? It's Dragon's Dogma Summoner coded.
Ah, okay. No idea what that means because I've not played Dragon's Dogma.
Oh, you should play Dragon's Dogma.
There's a lot of games I should have played, Jack, but I work full time, unfortunately. So there's only so many games I can play in a given time, and I decided on Devil May Cry because apparently this was very important.
I mean,
Then I
you
guess
can find
we
a
have some
time to
clearing up
play
to
it.
do.
I'm not saying you need to play it now.
Fair.
You can play the first one, and then play the second one, and then lose your goddamn mind along the way.
But isn't the Dragon's Dogma games, like, those are RPGs. Like, I have not picked up an RPG in a long time. Like, maybe
Last one was, what?
Death Stranding technically might be an RPG? Would it?
I don't think it's an RPG. I think it's more of like a delivery game. I think, Expedition would be it.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I played
Yes.
Expedition. Like, and it took time. Everything took time. More
Like I
likely to
said,
see-
you could find a time to just play it. It's fine.
But yeah, if it's like older games, I definitely want to. Because here's the thing: is that if they're older games, I definitely want to like play them on stream as like first-time experiences and such. But the thing is that the times that I'm not playing a video game streaming are either I'm working or I am tired from work and streaming. It's one of the
True.
It's one of those kinds of things. I remember like back in I think it was June or something. Wait, what the fuck? Sorry, I just noticed something go wrong.
Just thinking, if you do play Dragon's Dogma, I might actually get my game going so that you could hire my idiots as pawns.
Yep.
I need to actually play Dragon's Dogma. I've got it, I just haven't played it.
Hang on.
Oh, you should. It's actually really fucking stupid along the way.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure something out.
Okay.
Because it
I
looked
will
like
be
someone.
right back.
Did an account get? I was just like sitting in Discord DMs and I just noticed someone's thingy-madiggy just went like offline, but then the icon is also like gone to default. So I'm like, what just happened?
Oh boy, that's never a good sign.
Like, I still have my DMs, but does that mean that the account got deleted or something?
It could be that they just like, decided to go default.
Maybe. So it's customized right now, and then so they set. All right, and then their emporium is dunk, dink, donk. I'll check in with them after stream because it's super late in the night, and yeah. Maybe there's an account problem or something weird. Something else. Sorry, it just distracted me because yeah, I was just like, oh, friends not functioning normally. So yeah, my bad.
Now to find an exit.
Is there a new place? I'll check in later. Back to video games. But yeah, like, I don't know how some, like, maybe because of the fact that, like, you know, some peeps have played these games, like, years earlier and what have you, so I don't know how people find the time with, like, full-time jobs to, like, stream the newest and greatest, but also, like, collab and all that.
Pin him to the wall. Here's
And boom. But yeah, the weird style of fighting, I'm sorry to say, feels very directionless, and I just don't have the understanding of, like, the best case of how to fight.
May not my flesh fail.
And I just used a double trigger when I probably should have.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
Go, and then boom, stab you. Nice. Hi there, Spidey boy. I'm doing okay. I've got my CPU back, which is nice, from warranty repair. So I'm back on the 5950X, but I still get stuttering in the previous video game, Devil May Cry Reboot. But frankly, like, considering I have, you know, I finished that game on PlayStation, I'm not going to be playing that again. But I do notice a stutter in this game as well. But I'm going through Devil May Cry 5 all the same. So yeah. How is your evening, Spidey boy? Sorry, I'm just... Devil May Cry I5 is dope. Nice. Good to hear. Good to hear.
We've been known. We've been known.
No, that's good. That's good.
He's throwing a tantrum up there! Watch the ceiling be!
Oh yeah, he's going for the fight. So, or at least Nero is, while I am running around with sandals as V. So yeah, it's nice being like familiar with Nero and playing through Nero, but yeah, I'm trying to go through V right now, and yeah, it's tough.
You don't know what's crazy?
What's crazy?
V killed a guy for that fit.
Did he now?
Yeah.
Alright, grab all
Or at least got
these.
close to killing a dude for the fit.
But yeah, I'm not a not great at the summoning jutsu playstyle, what have you. Alright, so we got... Ow! Fucking hit me with an explosion.
Slice him. Gouge him.
Jeez! He almost turned us to paste! I said we break the leg!
That, and then...
Reap like you sow. Gouge him. This is your misery.
Double trigger to make his attacks more powerful. I need to make the bird more powerful somehow.
Come back.
Welcome back.
At your pleasure.
Anywhoosies. Sorry. I'll do it. I'll try again in cutscene. Sorry. Brain still being like, you know, concerned about a friend right now, so.
This ship is awfully big.
Ah, there you go. Done. You done.
Slice him. Gouge him. Pardon me.
There.
Return.
How do I get out of here? Was I going the right way before? Hang on. Okay, so it is down this way. Green orb, goodness. Red orb. Is there gonna be a lot of these like mandatory, you know, playing as V missions?
Not crazy amounts. Like you get a few, and like I think the last one. There's not 15 missions of V.
At your pleasure. Slice him. At your pleasure.
Alright, try not to die. Oh, one egg.
We'll come back.
Queen!
Now get to work. This is your misery.
Yeah, so some of these I will just do by accident. Pick up all this red. There we go. Sorry, I just had to send a quick message. Alright. Where to... Oh, we were going the right way. Orbs, fantastic. Okay, so he just gets burned. He doesn't, like, do a clever dodge out of the way.
There must be an escape route.
Darn.
Slice him. Pierce through.
Hey, what's in that hole? Should we take a look?
Halt.
I need you.
Don't know if I am Is this an optional route or is this a...
This way, I guess.
Yeah, this is a required route.
At your pleasure, Pierce Throne. This is the end.
For a couple more hours.
Pin him to the wall. On me. Come back. At your pleasure. Gouge him. Scorch them. Like so.
Go.
The end is now. Die. Pin him to the wall. Eradicate them all. Slice him. What a nice. Pierce Throne. Pardon me. Oh,
This is beautiful. Thank you, Omega, for being my biggest fan. Goldie is no longer my biggest fan. Forget him. There's only you.
Yeah, that's so rude. That's terribly rude. What if I did this to you?
No, don't de-himbo me. That's unfair. I need the himbo strength against. How else am I gonna face off?
Shit, we
Ah!
we got the 2 pulls.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I need to revive this.
Like de-himboing takes precedence.
There we go. There we go. Nice, Jack. You got yourself a swordfish. Go. Oof. Yeah, I just don't know how I feel about trying to play him, like, tough like this. How the devil may chaos. Hi there, fellow. It goes. I am trying to play as the other character, V, and, like, I kind of don't understand how to play him and, like, do the combos and everything.
Also, Omega, it seems like when I hit the himbo, it took precedence.
Oh yeah, because the way I have it set up is that if I'm in the middle of like one form or another, then it like channel redeems don't get interrupted by other other himbo forms. The only way it can get like overruled is with bits, because you know by that point you're putting money where your mouth is kind of deal.
Pierce Throne. Pardon me.
So yeah, so I think it's like 69 bits to force a extra himbo, because when you do that, then it breaks me out of the D himbo, like whether it's channel redeem or bit redeem. And then for 420 bits, whatever form I'm in, I go into what's Mahuzi D himbo. That's how I play it. So yeah, so this is the problem I have, is that I only know to press like X and Y, but I don't know if like how to make my Panther get closer like on a leap. Like, do I target and press forward or press back? So I need to like
I think
read some.
I think when you lock on, Shadow approaches slowly.
Okay, so it's not a so I can't like force an attack that has him leaping towards it. I just have to target and then hope that he does the run. I don't really do bits. Nah, fair enough, Omega. But that's just how I've set up the himbo redeem / forms, is that when it's with channel, like, you know, everyone like, you know, puts in 5 or 10, it's 5 or 10 minutes, 10 minutes. It's a 10-minute form, and with channel point redeems, I don't have them get overruled by another. Otherwise, then I would have to like have no timers involved, basically. And I feel like that wouldn't be really fair, because you know, how much it costs to do D-Himbo and extra Himbo channel point redeem wise. I didn't want someone to be like, oh, D-Himbo, and then they'd be like, nope, let's instantly extra Himbo to revert it. And then they'd be like, no, I want him D-Himbo'd, and then they force the D-Himbo. I don't know how that would play out in my streams if I allowed it to do stuff. Does the phone work? Yes, it does. I know some cool stuff about V. You cool if I share some? Nothing too bonkers or anything?
No spoilers. Grant's going through this for the first time.
Yeah, this is a first time playthrough, and I have, like, you know, no backseating unless asked. I don't want anything told to me about the characters. There's a quote that I use quite often in other people's streams and that I use here. Questions about the game shall be solved shall be answered by playing the game. Where is the car? Oh, Jesus!
Oh, this is the Garion fight.
Just breaking out.
Yeah, how did you get there, Nico?
Demon car.
Every single time she shows up, I'm just like, God damn, how did you get there? How did you get
up
here?
there?
Trigger heart. Green gainer, more likely to gain gainers from enemies while Smith is active. More likely to receive white orbs. More orbs. Alright. I am gonna go for the purple, so then that way I can get more devil trigger, which means he's out for more, and then use the white gainer. And then we can't really do anything. Alright. So, power up blockade to summon 3 pillars of light at once. Pressing RB and back, hold and release. Flank attack, press LB and forward. So he launches them into the air, so that might be a good one to use. Griffin's power to fire an electric arc, so pressing back reduces the time. They don't have that many crazy abilities. Meanwhile, he has all the different abilities. So Griffin is still like a shooting thing. Dives into the ground, dashes ahead, attacking with technicals. So, okay. So this is the leaping forward thing. While on the ground, hold and release. Yep. And then we got guillotine. Press RB forward for a diving charge or back for a drop attack. How do I force him in midair is the question, because he's obviously going to be doing that while in midair.
I'll be back Y, probably.
Okay.
Alright. Quit out of customization, because I only have like 100 points left.
Art, but no.
Oh, it's a knight on a horse. Nice.
Yep. Garion.
I fucking love this fight.
Malthus. Of course. More trouble. Not sure about that one, though. Never seen it before. Not in the underworld, anyway.
Search for the Devil's Sword, Sparta. You know where it is. He told me to let it be, but I'm afraid it still concerns me.
Out of the two that you play, who do you like more, Nero or V? Nero. Not even a question.
Take any chances. Do you understand?
This is brain dead game.
Find it.
You just pick
and destroy it.
Or bird.
Only then will his
for the occasional bullshit monster out of the sky.
Oh, he kind of looks like the Sparta statue back in Devil May Cry 4. Yeah. Elder Gurian Knight.
I see. I know what you are.
Gurian.
The knight's just a horse.
Horse.
I'll be gentle.
Horse.
Go.
I will be gently as a soundboard thing.
It is pretty hot when he does it.
Just to tease one of my friends because she is down bad in this match.
At your pleasure. One thought fills immense.
It's not the time for poetry! Wait, what does that even mean?
Where there's a will, there's a way. Now let's go.
Did I dodge that somehow?
Probably.
Or he's just going super fast.
Yeah, did both.
The power to control time. That's quite a horse.
But that would be an instant carrier. Ashanti killed it already.
A rare species, but apparently not quite extinct. Until today, that is.
He's got horsepower!
I'll take that momentum and send it right back.
It's the horse from here.
Made not like fail.
Go.
Slice it.
Big nightmare is able to do stuff. Nightmare is very slow. Yay, Hyper Hippo was activated. You are absolutely correct.
Here's the ball.
Oh my god, this stopping time thing is so realistic, it stops my thingamajiggy at least once.
Yep.
Enjoy the taste of this.
Crashes his computer once.
I have insane news. Apparently, they're putting Blender on iPads.
That would be nuts.
We are going to see porn like we've never seen it before.
There we go.
Measured by the clock.
That one was a bit
no clock can
better
measure.
than last time. And I missed all of his dialogue then. This is the problem. The music is a fucking banger, but I also want to hear what the fuck he's saying.
I must chase him.
I'll probably lower sound effects.
I think he says,
It may very well be our only hope.
Think about
the hours of folly are measured by the clock, but of wisdom no clock can measure. Die.
Wield the Sparta, and you, sir, are not.
That came off the dome. I do not fully remember the line, and I did not have it up.
Yes. But what if the boy, Nero?
Oh yay, another piece, which is probably going to be used for, Nero.
Ragtime.
Let's go.
Yeah, V can't really use that stuff.
Once we are near the Sparta, even I should be able to sense its presence.
I get myself a little snack treat. Honestly, I'm hungry.
Yeah, B.
Yeah, have C's and B's there. Okay, hey rank I'm fine with. Steal after dodging the colossal. Oop. Switch to Nero. Vitality, orbs held, over. Yep, cool. So I can change the magazines from there. While attacking with Helter Seers versus
got a new arm for you.
Oh boy. Tomboy.
A masterpiece.
And Buster
One of my
Arm.
finest.
That's kind of nuts. Alright, so increase the exceed. Let's. So we got 3 overtures. Cancel attacks with shockwaves of fire and a converged beam. I quite honestly like Punchline.
Punchline, my beloved.
Lets you power up Blue Rose and Red Queen. You can adjust the power-up duration. Executes a one-hit kill using the Dever Trigger Buster technique. Powerful, making it fragile and prone to breakage. Okay. We'll pick up one of those and see what it does. And now let's change the equipment. So... Buster Arm there, and... Oh, okay, so it already has like a recommendation. And amazingly enough, I followed that recommendation already. Alright, so we got the double arms. One can have a skill if we wanted. Let's have a look at the Red Queen. Hi there, friendly pilot. I was gonna say that my application for an apartment was accepted and I'll be moving later into it later this month, so I'll no longer be homeless. Excellent to hear, friendly pylon. Wonderful. That is some good news indeed. Alright, so I can't create any of those. And then I can do streak. Let's take Hopper. Allowing for easier counterattacks. Got wire snatching, air hike. Yeah, let's be done with the... Let's do that. Dong.
Well, she ain't dead. Got a pretty smoking body, though. Not that I was barely even noticed. You know, you should go do your thing. I got this.
Yeah. What the hell? Whoa. He's too big to leave alone. Better take care of it. Stay alert.
Yeah.
How's the game going, Jack? It goes. We've gone through a few missions. That's a good mission. So, still a little bit of, like, weird, like, pauses and stutters like you saw just there. But I'm just gonna have to live with it, unfortunately. I've tried, like, all the different troubleshooting that I can, and I have gone and, been able to get a warranty claim on my, you know, CPU that I've got. The only other option I can imagine is just, you know, an entirely new PC, not ship-a-thesying it anymore.
Think I'm turning back now? Bad chance. Get in there! Hammer that soft spot.
God damn you! Didn't even recognize this as Devil May Cry. Yeah, this is Devil May Cry 5, which came out in 2019, so it's a fairly new Devil May Cry.
Broke. I'm guessing that's phase 2 now.
What are you doing down there?
You didn't think you did that all by yourself, did ya?
You know, I bet you taste like chicken.
Oh, you ungrateful son.
I'll leave this beast to you. I must press on.
I'm back, and I have dinner.
Welcome back. I have been dealing with Gilgamesh.
Yeah, I see.
It's just you and me, cockroach.
Welcome back
no
to dinner.
longer. Oh. Yeah. Ow. Fuck you. There we go.
That's crazy. This guy's Dante's fist weapons in DMC4.
He's what weapon? Oh, you mean, yeah, I think I remember the weapon in particular.
Gilgamesh.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. Just hits me on the fucking... There we go. Oh, come on. Go and dunk. Random shotgun shot on the back. Did it. Nice.
This thing's a root too. What's going on?
Need a PCBs with
Yo.
about the components. AMD 9950X and 5090 and with 96. I don't need all of that guy.
We could use that.
You really don't.
I don't. Here's the thing.
Not that one. The other one.
The peaches.
This one?
Next to it.
Come on, Nico. This one?
Sure.
Pain. But yeah, like, on paper, Jack, on paper, it should, like, the 5950X and the 3090 should be really good performance, like, because it gets up to, you know, 140, 150 frames per second, even on 1440p on ultra settings. So if I just lower, so, like, that should already be enough, but for whatever reason, the game, like, and this happens in a few other games as well, where it will just do a stutter or a freeze. And I have done, like, the research. I've had a team of like, IT, like, you know, incentivized people look at my PC and we try and do the troubleshooting. While we did find a fault in the CPU and have since replaced that EPU for a time when it was getting RMA'd, the issue still arose. And yeah, quite frankly, I don't have an understanding of what it could possibly be other than like the strangest of components on either the motherboard or with Windows, with the way my PC components are put together. So the only way I can imagine not getting this issue is just no longer having the Ship of Theseus build that I have, where, you know, certain parts come in and out, and instead going for like a brand new build. Hi there, Mizuki. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. United Front. Nero topped the Colossal Demon Stride. Nice. Hopefully you had a wonderful time in Overwatch 2, Mizuki. But yeah, so like I've had like, you know, all this troubleshooting and like easily a week of troubleshooting trying to figure it out. And
they end up like
yeah, the most I can think it being is just the weird like combination of my motherboard, CPU, GPU, and so any changes to the CPU won't matter. So like, yeah.
To Dante.
If I was to do a new PC, which is like a goal of mine on Coffee,
can't travel through here in a car.
I just would get an entirely new PC and go for the Intel CPU for stability purposes over AMD. AMD is more powerful, don't get me wrong. The stats show this with their 9950X.
You too, I guess.
But Intel has like slightly better efficiency and just stability on its side.
I can make something truly awesome.
It would have been nice if it had better gaming performance in their new generation, rather than everyone just going to the 1400 series, but...
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
He might be useful, though. Enough talking. Get some rest. You need it.
Yeah.
Yo, lady, wake up!
Oh, this is a good mission.
It's time to get to work.
Alright.
I was just told to get some rest.
Oh, you were just told to get some rest? Well, we need to make a path. So start digging. Come on, get up, get up, get up!
Movies?
Got something to wear that's good for digging?
Titties.
Titties, even. You hear Intel as a company isn't doing so good? Yeah, okay, so. Now, am I gonna get into it? I'm gonna get into it. So, Intel for the longest time, because they used to be king for single core performance and the mixture of efficiencies. They were not bang for your buck like AMD was. AMD, after the issues with the Athlon CPU, had to go and make Ryzen, and Ryzen had potential in the Zen 1, in their first, you know, architecture, and then they did Zen Plus, then they went to Zen 3, and ever since Zen 3, they have been doing better and better at Intel, and Intel has just sort of been keeping to like their Intel core. And when they were trying to do like their TikTok methodology of design, which is architectural changes, die shrink, architectural changes, die shrink, ever since the 10 series from Intel, they've had to go from die shrink up to architecture to optimization. And they went through optimization like 2 more times. They were struggling for whatever reason with their manufacturing to shrink the die. And at one point, they stopped making their own dies at that point, which is what AMD had moved away from long ago. So now, majority of silicon for CPUs is being done in Taiwan, for instance. And yeah, this most recent change from their Intel, you know, their i series, i3, i5, i7, i9, they've moved over to Intel Ultra, so Ultra 5, Ultra 7, Ultra 9. They got to a die shrink with it, but they've also changed their methodology. So rather than having like one singular CPU with like a lot of different cores and doing hyper-threading and such, so then that way there's like twice as many threads as there are cores, they've gone for having like a bunch of CPUs inside it. So you have a mixture of high-performance cores and efficiency cores, and with the efficiency cores being in greater number as opposed to the performance cores. It did have an effect where that was slightly more efficient, but the problem was that the cost for that efficiency and the loss of performance wasn't really all that worth at the time. So they were doing it basically what AMD was going through with the Athlon to Zen change, where it's like they've done like a proper, not just a small architectural change, but like a giant change to how they do their CPUs. And it wasn't a hit the ground running as it could have been, especially with how much the Intel CPU, like the Ultra cores, were going to cost. And yeah, they were bleeding money. They had all these different kinds of projects, and the new CEO that came in had started canceling a lot of the projects that they had set up, all of it trying to, you know, cost, you know, saving money and what have you. So yeah, they're not doing too hot right now. We still are going to get a Intel GPU from them. So we've gotten Battle Mage, so we're going to get Celestial at some point. And we're going to get the next generation of their CPUs that are doing the Nova Lake stuff. All right. We're going to do this mission as Nero because I'm comfortable with Nero. So.
Hello!
You have a PC lying around with the original 1080? That's awesome. That's pretty cool. I've just had this ship of Theseus. I don't have more than one PC. I have a work laptop, which, you know, that's just for like work and what have you. I don't do any of my streaming nonsense on that for obvious reasons. So, meanwhile, where's my brain at? This one PC I have, the one PC I'm using right now, I use it for gaming, I use it for streaming, I use it for content creation, browsing, and yeah, it's trying to do a lot of things at once. So, also, hi there, Lord Secret Spy. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right.
Oh, there are too many scorpions in this area. Sorry, I'm playing Grounded 2.
Guess who figured out how to do the special grab in Devil May Cry 5 against the final boss?
That was by accident.
Yeah, a little bit.
There we go. And I press the left bumper to dodge again. Ah, nice! There we go. Buster Arm is cool if I could figure out how to, you know, move around and such.
You can follow if you want, but I'm going ahead.
Best part about the 1080 is you got it real cheap as an upgrade from a 780 that you had to RMA. The store refunded you the full price as credit, and you used it to get the 1080 for basically only $300. Nice! God, nice. I miss the days of GPUs not costing like over half of the budget of the rest of the PC. Because the thing is that I've put together a part list to how I want to do the like when I want to move on from the Ship of Theseus I have, I've put together some stats. Because the thing is that anything from Intel's latest lineup and anything from AMD's latest lineup is going to be more powerful than the current CPU I have. Now, granted, 16 cores, 32 threads, that's amazing for multitask purposes and what have you. But I am going to stick to the Intel side, however, for stability purposes. So I've decided on either the Intel Core Pro 7 series, which has about as many cores as the 5950X minus the hyperthreading. Going for the 9 would give me way more cores. Oh, excuse me, throat. But it costs like way more, and I don't think I'm going to be using all of the Intel Ultra Core 9 to its, you know, highest level, as opposed to the Intel Core Ultra 7. So I've got that saved on like a PC parts picker, like shopping list. And yeah, that CPU costs like a little under $400, and then there's like, you know, RAM sticks that are like 200, new hard drive, yada yada. Like all this stuff pales in comparison to the cost of, you know, a 5080, for instance. Like right now I got a 3090. As much as I would love to go into like a, you know, another of the 90 series for my GPU for the high VRAM, I cannot like warrant spending at least like $3,000 on like the 4090 or 5090. So I'm just looking at like the 5080. That nonsense is $2,000. So it's like a little under half the full budget of the PC is just going to the GPU. Ridiculous. So, I stay away from Intel when I build my current PC due to the heatsink warping I read a lot about. Okay, I don't hear a lot about the heatsink warping, especially with the latest series of the Intel Ultra cores because of their, you know, move to try and do some power efficiency changes. So maybe they'll improve on next year's and such. But yeah, like in my like work environment and such, I've not heard too many, you know, like other than like the blemish on Intel right now with like the microcode vulnerability, which, you know, every other CPU had this problem and they had to patch it. Other than that one, I've not heard too many like crazy problems with Intel, other than just the fact of, oh, the price isn't worth the performance. Which, in my mind, it's like, yeah, I can understand when you look at AMD, it might be worth going to AMD for the bang for your buck methodology and such. But I kind of want the peace of mind that Intel has given in the corporate environment of, you know, no weird fucking uttering nonsense or, like, you know, crashes and shit. Oh, and the fact that the RAM controller isn't on the CPU itself, which was the problem that I had with my CPU that I had to RMA for. Well, Zeebs, Family Guy, and a lot of anime are now banned in Texas starting today because of Build 20. No fucking idea what Build 20 is.
Family Guy? That's
I have
crazy.
no idea, and you're bringing, like, you know, Texas political nonsense, and I have barely the brain for it.
I ain't even in America.
I'm trying my best just to, you know, get through this.
Meanwhile, I'm just, like, playing with the last boss for fun.
Ow. Darn you.
You have not equipped any double breakers for the final boss. Are you sure about this? Crystal sure. I'm so good at video games.
I believe in you. You can do it.
I mean, I literally did it like 3 times in a row while Grant was talking.
Nice.
Do you want me to stream?
I mean, I'm gaming right now and I don't have a second monitor.
At some point we'll need to fix this. You haven't had any issues with AMD, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Fair. You and I, Mizuki, we're having the opposite issues, where it's like, I've not had issues with Intel when using Intel. Like, right now I have an Intel CPU being used in, like, an Unraid machine right now. So it's running, like, 24/7 and all that kind of nonsense, and I've not had to, you know, break anything about it. But I've had a friend, like, dealing with AMD bullshit. You, however, have had all kinds of Intel nonsense with your building PCs, but are having a much better time with AMD. I am jealous of that. You gotta tell me how Devil May Cry Reboot, or Mafia Definitive Edition 1, or Mafia Definitive Edition 3 play out. What in the world is ragtime?
That is your time stop.
Ah, okay. Oh, what the fuck? Why did it break? Oh! Shit! That thing is breaking it. Okay. Nice! Buster arm is cool.
In my game, I'm just hearing so much scuttling. It's actually kind of unnerving.
Oh, I'm
Especially
sorry.
when I don't see the enemies. No, it's not your fault. It's just like the game I'm playing right now. There's so much scuttling noises, which is really funny. Which I can only chalk it down to the enemies are trapped under the game. Under certain flooring.
DMC fine ran fine for
can't
me,
get
unless
out.
you mean 4. No, I meant 5. You'll notice it in my, like, DMC 5 and DMC Reboot, I was having stuttering issues, Mizuki. DMC 4, weirdly enough, was not having that bad of an issue. So, see how, like, weird my time is with a 5950 and the 3090? Just some reason PC just has a weird combo. But yeah, if I go to like a 5700 X3D, I was still having the stuttering issues as well. So, could be like motherboard or GPU nonsense. Could be my, you know, Windows install. But considering I like fresh installed it to try and fix that problem and it still had it, like, yeah. Oh, damn it, I did it again. Damn it, and that's almost now. Ah. So close to dying way too often. And I hit the emergency button again. Super vague. Oh, okay, so it's one of those think of the children laws. I think, like, yeah. I am very much, like, just numb to those to like that particular law. Like the one about like how most recently, like, you know, the UK had their like, oh, we're gonna have like the Online Safety Act for children, OSA, and everyone was like, oh, this is like, you know, this is an overreach and all this kind of stuff. You can't ask us to do this kind of thing on the internet and what have you for UK viewers and what have you. But it's like what the fuck were you gonna do about it? Because in the United States, like, there is no website that has like done ID verification to allow, like, beyond gambling sites. There has not really been that many like either state or country level like ID verification and, like, you know, protections on websites beyond gambling or beyond I'm trying to think. Yeah, beyond banking and gambling, there has not been that many blah 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 blah. There has not been that many websites that have engaged in trying to do ID verification. Oh, there's an advertisement going on. I'll wait till it's done. I'll get my thoughts together and such. Cause yeah, I have I just have a personal pet peeve of like the state of the internet that we are in right now, and just the way companies have been acting, or website holders have been acting up until this point.
PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa as well.
Sorry?
What, MasterCard and Visa as well?
No, that's entirely different. That's pressures, and that's just, you know, credit card. That's just payment processors, you know, trying to not be, you know, take like leftover of the barrel and such. But yeah, I'll talk more in like 30 seconds or what have you when the advertisement is over. Actually, hang on, let me go through this real quick. Also, I should have done this way sooner. Sound. Keep music. Sound effects will be lower. Actually, sound effects will be a lot lower. And keep the dynamic range small.
Get out of my sight!
There we go. All right, are we back from advertisements? All right, cool. Let me pause it for this one here. Okay, so sponsor Roblox, which has massive predator, so much for brand image. Yeah, okay. So multiple things being raised there, but let me just go back to like the earlier thing about like, you know, the laws and what have you of like, you know, of like, you know, the whole like think of the children, age verification and what have you. Historically speaking on the internet, the only like websites that have been like heavy on ID verification and what have you in, you know, UK, US, Australia have been either banking or gambling apps. Like that's just how it's been. Any time in the United States that a state has decided to be like, hey, we want to have a little more insurance of, hey, you are doing ID checks and such, instead of just doing like a very loose sign saying, hey, you want to give me your age? And someone who is like, you know, definitely born in 2000s is like, I'm born in 1965. And they're like, yep, cool, sounds good, let's go in. Like they're tired of people doing that, because like if you went to like say a bar or something like that, if you look under the age of 25, you get ID'd, basically. Read my thing in a minute. So, historically speaking, many websites in different states in the United States, when there has been that push of, hey, we need you to do way more ID verification and what have you, the website operator has decided to be like, no, this feels very invasive and you haven't really given me tools to, you know, do this without risk of breach. I'm just going to wipe my hands clean and not operate in your area and just tell people we're not operating in, say, Cincinnati or Virginia or some nonsense. And that has happened so many times at this point. And the sites that do this are pornography sites where, quite frankly, unless you're, you know, taxing people on like, unless pornography gets taxed and is making quite a bit of bank in that state, yeah, that's a win-win for the state. Either people comply, and there's like, you know, they get the guarantee when they get some sort of a win of like, hey, people are IDing, and there's like, you know, none of this like crap from parents of like, oh, the children are able to reach these highly, you know, explicit sites and they shouldn't be able to, or the site goes the fuck away. Like, this is the problem, is that it doesn't matter whether like some people in the state were interested in going to the site anyway. Hey, that's what's happened. So for the UK to come in and be like, hey, we're going to force doing this. And then what's more is Australia a few months ago or last year said, hey, we're going to be doing this as well. Yeah, that comes with the territory and just, you know, the behavior of websites that are, let's be frank, undesirable in the eyes of the public or political circles of, if they're not going to comply, they're going to go away. And
which is crazy because Australia was literally born and bred off of fucking legalized, not only legalized prostitution, but legalized pornography. We are a country of freaks, and we should be proud of our freakage.
That's it.
We straight freaky.
Yeah. An anime site for erotic games was banned from an anime convention before the law went into effect. That, I don't know if that's just because of the anime convention worried about the law and such, but that anime conventions are not like, you know, public thingamadiggies. They have the right to like refuse use panels and accept others and what have you. So that can that falls under a business thing, not like, you know, oh, you have a right to present pornographic material or what have you. Any whoosies. So that's the problem we are facing, is that no one has taken the YouTube route, which, let's be real, YouTube had a copyright issue. Like, I know this sounds weird, but they did. There was a time where you could watch like an entire season of English dub Naruto, Bleach, One Piece episodes and all that kind of nonsense. And YouTube, because the ruling at the time was safe harbor laws, which is unless YouTube was actively policing it, they had to be told there was a website, there was like a upload that was breaking the law, and then they would enact on it. Because if they did do enacting on some things, if they were enacting on some things but failed on others, then they could get in way more trouble. So what YouTube did is they, instead of letting companies come after YouTube with a class action or anything like that to try and point out negligence or something, they went to different copyright holder companies, because there isn't that many for, you know, a website that is, you know, catering to like millions upon billions of people. They went to these copyright holders and said, hey, are you tired of having to go to us and do like all this different like legal forms and such? Here's what we can do for you. We will create a content ID system. So if you have content that you tell us is yours, and our systems pick up a fraction of that content in someone else's video, and we will just put it in embargo. So no money is generated that goes back into the person's account. It goes into like this weird it goes into like a separate account, and then until, you know, something gets, you know, sorted out, either they don't challenge it and you get the money that would have been earned from the ad revenue, or they've challenged you and gone through the normal courts and what have you, then it goes to them and such. And all the copyright holders were like, yes, I am behind that. Because guess what? YouTube came with a solution. It may not be the best solution to some people's arguments, but YouTube came forward with an option. Like, imagine if YouTube didn't do that. Imagine if YouTube somehow got hit with like copyright lawsuits of class action level of like, hey, you need to start doing like, you need to do content verification on upload instead. Like, imagine if they were told to do that like in 2000s without the content ID system. Could you imagine the amount of like resources it would take YouTube to do this like now, as opposed to when they did this like decades ago?
That'd be horrifying.
Yeah. So that's my problem with a lot of different people. Like, even fucking like Steam could have done something like this. Steam could have come forward with their, you know, with an ID verification system. GOG. Anyone dealing with money, anyone dealing with a credit card on a website could have been trying, because they didn't want to get, you know, locked off and such. But they didn't. They
they left it to be, you know, a divide and conquer methodology of thinking, oh, it's only some throwaway states, which a lot of people could VPN out of and such. But now the UK is a big fucking country and is a big fucking economic. There's big question marks from Australia because Australia is trying to do the child safety thingamadiggy, but in Australia, we don't do a lot, like there's a good question mark of, is it worth operating in Australia? Because they were going to hit like Discord, Roblox, Fortnite, like there was going to be all kinds of areas with the vagueness of the law for, you know, ID verification nonsense in Australia. And because of the historic, you know, precedent of if it feels like it's too much work for the company, they will just not operate in that area. There was a big question mark of will Roblox continue operating with Australians, or would they just be like, not sorry, there's like 10 million people in there and we're not bothering to make it easy for you. But with the UK...
Inshallah, we're getting Roblox slop off of Australian internet.
So yeah.
I'm joking, of course.
So yeah, so for the UK to do this first and be, you know, go like spearheading this ahead, it's like what's going to end up happening is that it's not just going to be the UK that gets ID verification. Australia is probably going to get the same sort of thing that UK has forced other people to go on to. And just like as we had the, you know that thing at the start where like cookies have, like the GD something or rather, where cookies have to be explained to you so you can decide between the necessity, the performance, the analytics, and the advertising? That is being done because that was a push in the European Union. So rather than doing like geo filtering, GDPR, thank you, Mizuki. Because of that happening to enough countries that all the different companies were like, we're not bothering to geo, you know, filter between people living in those countries and not living in those countries. Everyone is just going to have to deal with the GDPR. That's what's going to happen to the internet. And this happens because no website who would have the money and who would have the manpower decided to get ahead of this. They thought that leaving it for the pornographic industry and leaving it for some of the weird niches of streaming would have been fine and it wouldn't affect them. But lo and behold, it has. It is happening everywhere in the UK. It is happening on Discord, Fortnite, Steam, GOG, it don't fucking matter. So if UK goes through with this and Australia is coming up next, I bet you we are going to have the worst fucking ID verification around the world, and you are not going to be able to do a thing to stop it because no other company has decided to put their foot forward with their choice because they've left it. It's a privacy and security nightmare. Yeah, and guess what? Every company has decided they don't want to be policed on it, so they left rather than try and come up with a solution. And now the next worst thing has happened. It is no longer their solution. It is now a third-party solution. Every tech company has two fears. Either one, not being able to operate, or two, having to operate with a third party. And this is their second nightmare. They need to operate with a third party. So, like, yeah, I am annoyed, but I am just so tired with they can't do this, or, you know, this is uncalled for. It's like, no, you know what it is? It's they saw a precedent, and to the people that put this forward, it's a win-win for them. Either the compliance goes through, or the website goes away.
And before you think the government wouldn't do that, they can and they will and they already have.
Yeah. Sorry for being like just so mad. Yes, it's a privacy and security like nightmare, and like there's all these like, you know, there's all this stuff going on right now. But like, if you're wondering like how this could have possibly happened, you need only look at websites that you interact with on a daily basis that ask ask for your age, and they do it with just drop-down menus. Look to Steam, look to Discord, look to Facebook, look to YouTube. Look everywhere.
The anger is warranted.
I'm crying about this, but I'm just super fearful of what the future will look like as this rolls out, and then the rest of the world. Yeah, it'll roll out to the US. It'll roll out at, like, you know, maybe a couple more countries in the EU. And when that happens, then the rest of the world's, like, internet will just be like, well, no point geofiltering at this point. Everyone's just gonna have to deal with this, and we'll deal with the privacy concerns in the United States some other time. Sorry, I just need Ow. And now I have to run up these stairs again. Crunchyroll is based in Texas, so a lot of their anime is going to go bye-bye, and if you have one of those animes in your home, you can get arrested. Then comes the fun of, like, who's gonna police? Who's gonna have you going into their home? Granted, that's probably will happen in Texas, but, you know, it's not like you have a TV license in Texas.
Ah, England. You make it so easy to laugh at you.
I wish I had.
Yeah. It's gonna be a while.
Damn it. Come on. There we go. I'm not even, like, aiming to do, like, what's Mahoozies. I'm just button mashing at this point. It's supposedly thanks to someone who authored the Project 2025. I have not heard that project in a while, and I remember everyone, like, talking about, like, how it very much was like, oh, we're gonna have to follow this sort of thing, and like, you know, the administration was like, no, we are not listening to, like, you know, third parties. It's just a coincidence that, like, so many of these things are coming from, like, you know, political groups and advocates that we are very much attuned with and what have you. And then lo and behold, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, the administration would probably agree with at this point.
Psych, we lied. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Teehee.
Yep. There we go. Ugh. So yeah, no, I'm just at this point, like, the whole, like, you know, the online, like, protection thing of, like, oh, you know, content going away, because of, you know, because of laws coming in place where they want to, you know, think of the children, or, oh, ID verification and all that kind of nonsense. It's like, I hear you, but, like, at this point, I kind of don't care, because this has been happening for, like, years on years now, and every time this happens, no organization or internet or, like, you know, internet site has come up with their own solution.
Let's hear it. What you got?
Newgrounds kind of came up with one, but that was after the UK put their thing of, you have to do this, where they were like, oh, you know what, let's just do a thing where if your account is older than 18 years old, then we just assume you're 18. If you used a credit card, we'll assume you're 18. Like, if you used it in the past, if you have an active subscription, we'll assume you're 18, because that requires a credit card at this, you know, time frame. So, like, they were kind of cool, but all of that could have been done years ago.
Hey, I got a new arm for ya.
Rawhide. What is Rawhide?
Now that I got it in
It's good
stock,
for gripping.
better take advantage of it.
Oh my god, it's a heat wave. USA, bro, your heat wave is 78 degrees. Our heat wave out here in the hundreds. Yeah, but the UK has like... It's a very wet heat wave.
No, actually, my cousin went to the UK during the heat wave. It wasn't jack shit. That shit was nothing.
It's like when it gets cold in Australia. It's like, it's one of those weird things where like sometimes the country or the people are just not built for the weather. I think with the UK, it's the people. In Australia, it's the country. Like, when it gets to winter here in Australia, our homes do not insulate us. They are meant for having the air be easily escaped because of hot weathers. So when it gets to winter and it gets really cold, it does not do jack shit about trying to keep the heat in. It does everything it can to get the heat out. So you end up in homes that are actually below the recommended temperature. Climatized is the word you're looking for. No, that might be it. Boasts the widest attack range. Use the metal whip for a long distance strike. Ooh, okay. Alright. Yep, let's use Nico's recommendation. And then... Man, the Buster Arm is so expensive. And then... Yep, that with red orbs. I wish I could hold, like, control, like, you know, multiple arm purchases rather than, you know, scrolling down and then, like, picking one. Oh, you can buy in bulk. And there's no discount for doing it in bulk. That's what annoys me. It would be nice if they let us have a discount for buying in bulk. Let's see. Split swift strike that exploits an enemy's weak point, brushes off enemies' attacks while on the ground, hold and release. Sure.
Oh, med check. Make sure you take your meds, gamers.
I have no meds to worry about, but I thank you. The problem with Aussie homes, we have bugger all insulation. We have no double glazed windows. It's not standard. Yeah, no, it's crazy to think like how many things are like, oh, insulation? No. Double glazing? No. Do you have these safeties as standard? No. And then
It's because if we did, we would boil up in the summer.
No, because guess what? By having it so that you, like, you know, because everyone has air conditioning and fans. Amazingly enough, stuff that would keep the warm air in is also a way of keeping the cold air in as well.
Dude. I don't have air conditioning.
Oh, Jesus.
We're not Americans. Not everyone has AC. We have fans.
Okay.
And sometimes they don't work.
Ugh. Sister Noel is a good example. She lived in Alaska for a few years, then moved back to Kansas again. In the dead of winter, she was running around in booty shorts and a tank top, and was in her, and it was in the 30s. Yeah, I guess climatized. But no, there has been Canadians and Americans who come here during the winter, and it's like, yeah, when you're out and about in the day, it's no problem whatsoever. But when you go home and it's like you're in casual attire like pajamas and such, it's like, Jesus Christ, why is it so cold? And it's like, because the house is not doing anything to retain the heat. You are basically outside again.
Also, good news, American viewers. Today Day is a Labor Day.
Out of the way!
What day?
Today Day is a Labor Day, boy.
Labor Day? What?
Do you not know Homestar Runner? Well, it is Labor Day today, but I was referencing Homestar Runner.
No. No idea what that is, sorry.
That is wild.
I am oblivious to, like, this is why I'm himbo, is like, I'm oblivious to some stuff.
I can't tell if it's because you're old or if I'm, like, too in the internet.
You'll need to send me a message at some point about that.
On it.
Yep. Okay, so Blue Lanterns. What is this mission? Hi there, Tanmux. Proto Angelo.
It's a Labor Day.
Oh, it's like the angelic whatsamacoozies. Oh, what? And now we have other angel. God fucking damn it.
Nice. Getting the band back together,
Protogen Angelo.
What evil lurks?
They has no eyes.
I must destroy.
I thought that was the plan all along.
No escape now. Oh, wait, the fucking stadium is just sliding down?
Yep.
Jesus.
It's a good action set piece, I think.
I need you.
Oh, so hi, Tenmus Durgy.
Get out of my sight!
I like how every Labor Day, people go to that video and just post, Happy Labor Day. Today Day is a Labor Day.
Oh, God damn it. I did it again.
You might have cracked your rawhide, but when using rawhide, it's not a really, like, you don't use B for rawhide a lot, because rawhide is a grappling thing, so you mainly use it for your wire snatch. It can snatch big enemies.
Get lit! Out of the way! Get out of my sight! Punchline! Off you go! Out of the way!
Yeah, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go onto Hobby Code and look at Gunpla. I have a slight backlog, which is like the legs of one more kit, and then I'll have no more backlog, and that is illegal. I need more model kits.
Off you go! Get out of my sight! Get in there!
So chat, give me $20 for a Zagok.
A what?
A Zagok. I will send you a Zagok. And of course I'm going for the red Zagok because I love Shah Aznavour. I love Shah Aznavour.
Oh, if I hold it down, then it, like,
gouge you.
Alright, they do have the Sandrock custom. Give me $40 so I can get the Sandrock custom.
I can't give you money. I am doing my best to save mine.
What did I ever do to them?
I
Oh,
just
no, I'm
being
talking to
peddling.
chat.
Oh, you're talking to chat. Yeah. Hopefully, chat has money. Chat, do you have money? I need money for a new PC. Cap needs money for a, what was it again?
Gundam plastic model kits.
Took us long.
Oh, the Zigok and the Sandrock custom.
Cap needs money for their plastic figurines.
Something.
I want the Methus.
This town was attacked.
And the Zeong.
Once before.
And the big Zigok.
I was here.
And the Psycho Gundam. That's one $200.
In fact, I was playing right here. That was the house.
The bound dog is $100.
This is where we part ways. You go ahead.
You're gonna miss all the fun.
No.
I wonder if they have
Unless they got the Devil's Sword Sparta.
I love Power Rangers!
Yeah, I don't think that's such a good idea. Trust me.
You're not the only one who thinks so. But to win this fight, we're going to need all the help we can get.
That actually?
Not the only one.
Chad, give me $40 so I can buy and build the high grade
the high grade 1144 Zeta Gundam.
Zeta.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's called the Zeta Gundam.
Hey, we got S rank despite all the fuck ups I done. Instant
Good
dispatch,
job.
parry, prince, sniper. Good work. Good teamwork. Parentheses, co-op. Double death, storm, swords. Guard,
Damn, we're coming up on
taper.
5-hour stream.
Oh, we're not going for 5 hours. We're going for 4. We're gonna...
We've passed 4.
Yeah, we passed 4. And I'm calling it here. We got a mission done. Because we were through this mission when it happened, so... So yeah, so I am gonna call it here. And hey, look at that. There's like secret missions that we could do again if we wanted. But yeah, I am going to call it here. Oh my goodness, chat. I am so tired. But thank goodness we're getting through this. How many missions have I gone through in this game? There's probably gonna be like 20 missions or something crazy like that. Let's have a look. So there has been... So we've gone through 8 missions so far. Gosh, this is probably going to be a very long scroll if I...
This is going to be a triple stream.
It's going to be at least 3 streams? Nice. Okay.
Also, of course, it's 1022 10
Mm-hmm.
We're both Australian.
Yeah, we're both Aussies here. So yeah, I am going to call the stream
Well, technically,
here.
he's not. He's a filthy Yank.
So... I will call it here, but give me a minute. Let me see who is online and who we can go and raid. My raid browser gives me a whole ton of people that I have not seen before. Some random Portuguese. Oh, it's probably because there's no one else playing Devil May Cry 5. So it's giving me like all these different kinds of other streams altogether. Ooh, an Australian himbo kangaroo streamer? I think we're gonna...
Hello?
I think we're gonna go raid into them. I don't think we've ever raided into them before, so let's go with the full-blown raid message. Himbo raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. Hopefully you'll join in with me on that one. Here's the message again without all the emotes. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes you think would be appropriate. I will be using my ones. But otherwise, I want to say, Cap, thank you so much for coming to tonight's stream. Aim and chat, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. I will be back online Wednesday night for more Death Stranding 2 because I have so much to catch up on that still. Cap, when's the next time people might find you streaming? Because you stream too.
DK, I'm not very, what's the word?
Organized.
Yeah, I do what I want when I want.
Fair enough, C's. Not to worry. But yeah, everyone, chat, hopefully you have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night. We are going to go raid into Dark Daru in a very short moment. Hopefully I'll see you all Wednesday, but otherwise I'll see you all next time.
Don't
Bye
forget,
for now.
Labor Day is a Labor Day.
Labor Day.
Labor Day is the Labor Day.
Bye.
Are we out? There we go. Good boom. Oh, he's not as buff as I thought.